the countries they fly across are all homes. No matter they are big or small, powerful or weak, rich or poor. Humans are to coexist harmoniously with nature and all things on Earth. China will work together with the world to protect this planet we call home.
在这里，我们的祖先祭祀天地，祈愿风调雨顺，谷物丰收。
The elegant Chinese characters were inspired by the beauty of life in nature. The classical Book of Songs expresses the sincere feelings through describing various beings in the world. The Chinese civilization has always respected and loved nature and valued the harmony between man and nature. Giant pandas are a species from 8 million years ago. China has set up the Giant Panda National Park that covers 27,000 square kilometers of mountain forest. Nearly 2,000 wild pandas are living freely and producing here. Setting eco-red line, building national parks, establishing nature reserves, and keeping a distance from wild species reflect people's willingness to restrain their own behavior and to give way to wild species. The germplasm resource banks and gene banks around the country hold the survival code of millions of species, protecting the valuable assets for humankind. Forest conservation and the holistic conservation and restoration of mountain, river, forest, farmland, lake, grassland, and desert ecosystems are bringing back lucid waters, lush mountains, blue sky, and white clouds.
像保护眼睛一样保护自然和生态环境。这个理念在中国深入人心。在这里，曾经灭绝的麋鹿不但恢复了种群数量，还被成批野化放归大自然。
Thanks to the unremitting efforts by China, many extinct or endangered wild species are regaining confidence and dignity. The elevation of Yunnan varies from 70 meters to 6,700 meters. It's a kingdom of animals and plants. People's efforts to protect biological diversity is speeding up at the moment. China is taking actions to accomplish the mission. Human beings have put forward a proposal to protect the biological diversity and to build a shared future for all life on Earth.
在这里，有一只胸怀世界的小鸟。每年秋季，小小的北京雨燕开始迁飞。 一路穿越37个国家，最终抵达南非高原。
For them, the Earth is a whole. The countries they fly across are all homes. No matter they are big or small, powerful or weak, rich or poor. Humans are to coexist harmoniously with nature and all things on Earth. China will work together with the world to protect this planet we call home.
在这里，我们的祖先祭祀天地，祈愿风调雨顺，谷物丰收。
The elegant Chinese characters were inspired by the beauty of life in nature. The classical Book of Songs expresses the sincere feelings through describing various beings in the world. The Chinese civilization has always respected and loved nature and valued the harmony between man and nature. Giant pandas are a species from 8 million years ago. China has set up the Giant Panda National Park that covers 27,000 square kilometers of mountain forest. Nearly 2,000 wild pandas are living freely and producing here. Setting eco-red line, building national parks, establishing nature reserves, and keeping a distance from wild species reflect people's willingness to restrain their own behavior and to give way to wild species. The germplasm resource banks and gene banks around the country hold the survival code of millions of species, protecting the valuable assets for humankind. Forest conservation and the holistic conservation and restoration of mountain, river, forest, farmland, lake, grassland, and desert ecosystems are bringing back lucid waters, lush mountains, blue sky, and white clouds.
像保护眼睛一样保护自然和生态环境。这个理念在中国深入人心。在这里，曾经灭绝的麋鹿不但恢复了种群数量，还被成批野化放归大自然。
Thanks to the unremitting efforts by China, many extinct or endangered wild species are regaining confidence and dignity. The elevation of Yunnan varies from 70 meters to 6,700 meters. It's a kingdom of animals and plants. People's efforts to protect biological diversity is speeding up at the moment. China is taking actions to accomplish the mission. Human beings have put forward a proposal to protect the biological diversity and to build a shared future for all life on Earth.
在这里，有一只胸怀世界的小鸟。每年秋季，小小北京雨燕开始迁飞，一路穿越37个国家，最终抵达南非高原。
The Earth is a whole. The countries they fly across are all homes, no matter they are big or small, powerful or weak, rich or poor. Humans are to coexist harmoniously with nature in all things on Earth. China will work together with the world to protect this planet we call home.
"在这里，我们的祖先祭祀天地，祈愿风调雨顺，谷物丰收。
The elegant Chinese characters were inspired by the beauty of life in nature. The classical book of songs expresses the sincere feelings through describing various beings in the world. The Chinese civilization has always respected and loved nature and valued the harmony between man and nature. China's people are a fruitful from human beauty. China has set up a giant national park that covers 27,000 square kilometers of mountain forests, where its 2,000 wild animals are living freely and producing. Setting equal record, building national parks, establishing nature reserves, and keeping a distance from wild species reflect people's willingness to restrain their own behavior and to give way to wild species. The germplasm resource banks and gene banks around the country hold the survival code of millions of species, protecting the valuable assets for humankind. Forest conservation and the holistic conservation and restoration of mountain, river, forest, farmland, lake, grassland, and desert ecosystems are green and amazing waters, lush mountains, blue sky, and white clouds.
向保护野生保护自然负承担。这个理念在中国深入人心。在这里，曾经灭绝的麋鹿不但恢复。
Should I sit up here as a Nagoya?
Are regaining confidence.
Yes.
The elevation of Yunnan varies from 70 meters to 6,700 meters. It's a kingdom of animals and plants. People's efforts to protect biological diversity is speeding up at the moment. China is taking actions to accomplish the mission. Human beings have put forward a proposal to protect the biological diversity and to build a shared future for all life on Earth.
在这里，有一只胸怀世界的小鸟。每年秋季，小小的北京雨燕开始迁飞，一路穿越37个国家，最终抵达南非高原。
For them, the Earth is a whole. The countries they fly across are all homes. No matter they are big or small, powerful or weak, rich or poor. Humans are to coexist harmoniously with nature and all things on Earth. China will work together with the world to protect this planet we call home.
在这里，我们的祖先祭祀天地，祈愿风调雨顺，谷物丰收。
The elegant Chinese characters were inspired by the beauty of life in nature. The classical Book of Songs expresses the sincere feelings through describing various beings in the world. The Chinese civilization has always respected and loved nature and valued the harmony between man and nature. Giant pandas are a species from 8 million years ago. China has set up the Giant Panda National Park that covers 27,000 square kilometers of mountain forest. Nearly 2,000 wild pandas are living freely and producing here. Setting eco-red line, building national parks, establishing nature reserves, and keeping a distance from wild species reflect people's willingness to restrain their own behavior and to give way to wild species. The germplasm resource banks and gene banks around the country hold the survival code of millions of species, protecting the valuable assets for humankind. Forest conservation and the holistic conservation and restoration of mountain, river, forest, farmland, lake, grassland, and desert ecosystems are bringing back lucid waters, lush mountains, blue sky, and white clouds.
像保护眼睛一样保护自然和生态环境。这个理念在中国深入人心。在这里，曾经灭绝的麋鹿不但恢复了种群数量，还被成批野化放归大自然。
Thanks to the unremitting efforts by China, many extinct or endangered wild species are regaining confidence and dignity. The elevation of Yunnan varies from 70 meters to 6,700 meters. It's a kingdom of animals and plants. People's efforts to protect biological diversity is speeding up at the moment. China is taking actions to accomplish the mission. Human beings have put forward a proposal to protect the biological diversity and to build a shared future for all life on Earth.
在这里，有一只胸怀世界的小鸟。每年秋季，小小的北京雨燕开始迁飞，一路穿越37个国家，最终抵达南非高原。
For them, the Earth is a whole. The countries they fly across are all homes. No matter they are big or small, powerful or weak, rich or poor. Humans are to coexist harmoniously with nature and all things on Earth. China will work together with the world to protect this planet we call home.
在这里，我们的祖先祭祀天地，祈愿风调雨顺，谷物丰收。
The elegant Chinese characters were inspired by the beauty of life in nature. The classical book of songs expresses the sincere feelings through describing various beings in the world. The Chinese civilization has always respected and loved nature and valued the harmony between man and nature. Giant pandas are a species from 8 million years ago. China has set up the Giant Panda National Park that covers 27,000 square kilometers of mountain forest. Nearly 2,000 wild pandas are living freely and producing here. Setting eco-red line, building national parks, establishing nature reserves, and keeping a distance from wild species reflect people's willingness to restrain their own behavior and to give way to wild species. The germplasm resource banks and gene banks around the country hold the survival code of millions of species, protecting the valuable assets for humankind. Forest conservation and the holistic conservation and restoration of mountain, river, forest, farmland, lake, grassland, and desert ecosystems are bringing back lucid waters, lush mountains, blue sky, and white clouds.
像保护眼睛一样保护自然和生态环境。这个理念在中国深入人心。在这里，曾经灭绝的麋鹿不但恢复了种群数量，还被成批野化放归大自然。
Thanks to the unremitting efforts by China, many extinct or endangered wild species are regaining confidence and dignity. The elevation of Yunnan varies from 70 meters to 6,700 meters. It's a kingdom of animals and plants. People's efforts to protect biological diversity is speeding up at the moment. China is taking actions to accomplish the mission. Human beings have put forward a proposal to protect the biological diversity and to build a shared future for all life on Earth.
在这里，有一只胸怀世界的小鸟。每年秋季，小小的北京雨燕开始迁飞，一路穿越37个国家，最终抵达南非高原。
For them, the Earth is a whole. The countries they fly across are all homes. No matter they are big or small, powerful or weak, rich or poor. Humans are to coexist harmoniously with nature and all things on Earth. China will work together with the world to protect this planet we call home.
在这里，我们的祖先祭祀天地，祈愿风调雨顺，谷物丰收。
The elegant Chinese characters were inspired by the beauty of life in nature. The classical Book of Songs expresses the sincere feelings through describing various beings in the world. The Chinese civilization has always respected and loved nature and valued the harmony between man and nature. Giant pandas are a species from 8 million years ago. China has set up the Giant Panda National Park that covers 27,000 square kilometers of mountain forest. Nearly 2,000 wild pandas are living freely and producing here. Setting eco-red line, building national parks, establishing nature reserves, and keeping a distance from wild species reflect people's willingness to restrain their own behavior and to give way to wild species. The germplasm resource banks and gene banks around the country hold the survival code of millions of species, protecting the valuable assets for humankind. Forest conservation and the holistic conservation and restoration of mountain, river, forest, farmland, lake, grassland, and desert ecosystems are bringing back lucid waters, lush mountains, blue sky, and white clouds.
像保护眼睛一样保护自然和生态环境。这个理念在中国深入人心。在这里，曾经灭绝的麋鹿不但恢复了种群数量，还被成批野化放归大自然。
Thanks to the unremitting efforts by China, many extinct or endangered wild species are regaining confidence and dignity. The elevation of Yunnan varies from 70 meters to 6,700 meters. It's a kingdom of animals and plants. People's efforts to protect biological diversity is speeding up at the moment. China is taking actions to accomplish the mission. Human beings have put forward a proposal to protect the biological diversity and to build a shared future for all life on Earth.
在这里，有一只胸怀世界的小鸟。每年秋季，小小的北京雨燕开始迁飞，一路穿越37个国家，最终抵达南非高原。
For them, the Earth is a whole. The countries they fly across are all homes. No matter they are big or small, powerful or weak, rich or poor. Humans are to coexist harmoniously with nature and all things on Earth. China will work together with the world to protect this planet we call home.
"在这里，我们的祖先祭祀天地，祈愿风调雨顺，谷物丰收。
The elegant Chinese characters were inspired by the beauty of life in nature. The classical Book of Songs expresses the sincere feelings through describing various beings in the world. The Chinese civilization has always respected and loved nature and valued the harmony between man and nature. Giant pandas are a species from 8 million years ago. China has set up the Giant Panda National Park that covers 27,000 square kilometers of mountain forest. Nearly 2,000 wild pandas are living freely and producing here. Setting eco-red line, building national parks, establishing nature reserves, and keeping a distance from wild species reflect people's willingness to restrain their own behavior and to give way to wild species. The germplasm resource banks and gene banks around the country hold the survival code of millions of species, protecting the valuable assets for humankind. Forest conservation and the holistic conservation and restoration of mountain, river, forest, farmland, lake, grassland, and desert ecosystems are bringing back lucid waters, lush mountains, blue sky, and white clouds.
像保护眼睛一样保护自然和生态环境。这个理念在中国深入人心。 在这里，曾经灭绝的麋鹿不但恢复了种群数量，还被成批野化放归大自然。
Thanks to the unremitting efforts by China, many extinct or endangered wild species are regaining confidence and dignity. The elevation of Yunnan varies from 70 meters to 6,700 meters. It's a kingdom of animals and plants. People's efforts to protect biological diversity is speeding up at the moment. China is taking actions to accomplish the mission. Human beings have put forward a proposal to protect the biological diversity and to build a shared future for all life on Earth.
在这里，有一只胸怀世界的小鸟。每年秋季，小小的北京雨燕开始迁飞，一路穿越37个国家，最终抵达南非高原。
For them, the Earth is a whole. The countries they fly across are all homes. No matter they are big or small, powerful or weak, rich or poor. Humans are to coexist harmoniously with nature and all things on Earth. China will work together with the world to protect this planet we call home.
在这里，我们的祖先祭祀天地，祈愿风调雨顺，谷物丰收。
The elegant Chinese characters were inspired by the beauty of life in nature. The classical Book of Songs expresses the sincere feelings through describing various beings in the world. The Chinese civilization has always respected and loved nature and valued the harmony between man and nature. Giant pandas are a species from 8 million years ago. China has set up the Giant Panda National Park that covers 27,000 square kilometers of mountain forest. Nearly 2,000 wild pandas are living freely and producing here. Setting eco-red line, building national parks, establishing nature reserves, and keeping a distance from wild species reflect people's willingness to restrain their own behavior and to give way to wild species. The germplasm resource banks and gene banks around the country hold the survival code of millions of species, protecting the valuable assets for humankind. Forest conservation and the holistic conservation and restoration of mountain, river, forest, farmland, lake, grassland, and desert ecosystems are bringing back lucid waters, lush mountains, blue sky, and white clouds.
像保护眼睛一样保护自然和生态环境。这个理念在中国深入人心。在这里，曾经灭绝的麋鹿不但恢复了种群数量，还被成批野化放归大自然。
Thanks to the unremitting efforts by China, many extinct or endangered wild species are regaining confidence and dignity. The elevation of Yunnan varies from 70 meters to 6,700 meters. It's a kingdom of animals and plants. People's efforts to protect biological diversity is speeding up at the moment. China is taking actions to accomplish the mission. Human beings have put forward a proposal to protect the biological diversity and to build a shared future for all life on Earth.
在这里，有一只胸怀世界的小鸟。每年秋季，小小的北京雨燕开始迁飞，一路穿越37个国家，最终抵达南非高原。
For them, the Earth is a whole. The countries they fly across are all homes. No matter they are big or small, powerful or weak, rich or poor. Humans are to coexist harmoniously with nature and all things on Earth. China will work together with the world to protect this planet we call home.
在这里，我们的祖先祭祀天地，祈愿风调雨顺，谷物丰收。
The elegant Chinese characters were inspired by the beauty of life in nature. The classical Book of Songs expresses the sincere feelings through describing various beings in the world. The Chinese civilization has always respected and loved nature and valued the harmony between man and nature. Giant pandas are a species from 8 million years ago. China has set up the Giant Panda National Park that covers 27,000 square kilometers of mountain forest. Nearly 2,000 wild pandas are living freely and producing here. Setting eco-red line, building national parks, establishing nature reserves, and keeping a distance from wild species reflect people's willingness to restrain their own behavior and to give way to wild species. The germplasm resource banks and gene banks around the country hold the survival code of millions of species, protecting the valuable assets for humankind. Forest conservation and the holistic conservation and restoration of mountain, river, forest, farmland, lake, grassland, and desert ecosystems are bringing back lucid waters, lush mountains, blue sky, and white clouds.
像保护眼睛一样保护自然和生态环境。这个理念在中国深入人心。在这里，曾经灭绝的麋鹿不但恢复了种群数量，还被成批野化放归大自然。
Thanks to the unremitting efforts by China, many extinct or endangered wild species are regaining confidence and dignity. The elevation of Yunnan varies from 70 meters to 6,700 meters. It's a kingdom of animals and plants. People's efforts to protect biological diversity is speeding up at the moment. China is taking actions to accomplish the mission. Human beings have put forward a proposal to protect the biological diversity and to build a shared future for all life on Earth.
在这里，有一只胸怀世界的小鸟。每年秋季，小小的北京雨燕开始迁飞，一路穿越37个国家，最终抵达南非高原。
For them, the Earth is a whole. The countries they fly across are all homes. No matter they are big or small, powerful or weak, rich or poor. Humans are to coexist harmoniously with nature and all things on Earth. China will work together with the world to protect this planet we call home.
在这里，我们的祖先祭祀天地，祈愿风调雨顺，谷物丰收。
The elegant Chinese characters were inspired by the beauty of life in nature. The classical book of songs expresses the sincere feelings through describing various beings in the world. The Chinese civilization has always respected and loved nature and valued the harmony between man and nature. Giant pandas are a species from 8 million years ago. China has set up the Giant Panda National Park that covers 27,000 square kilometers of mountain forest. Nearly 2,000 wild pandas are living freely and producing here. Setting eco-red line, building national parks, establishing nature reserves, and keeping a distance from wild species reflect people's willingness to restrain their own behavior and to give way to wild species. The germplasm resource banks and gene banks around the country hold the survival code of millions of species, protecting the valuable assets for humankind. Forest conservation and the holistic conservation and restoration of mountain, river, forest, farmland, lake, grassland, and desert ecosystems are bringing back lucid waters, lush mountains, blue sky, and white clouds.
像保护眼睛一样保护自然和生态环境。这个理念在中国深入人心。在这里，曾经灭绝的麋鹿不但恢复了种群数量，还被成批野化放归大自然。
Thanks to the unremitting efforts by China, many extinct or endangered wild species are regaining confidence and dignity. The elevation of Yunnan varies from 70 meters to 6,700 meters. It's a kingdom of animals and plants. People's efforts to protect biological diversity is speeding up at the moment. China is taking actions to accomplish the mission. Human beings have put forward a proposal to protect the biological diversity and to build a shared future for all life on Earth.
在这里，有一只胸怀世界的小鸟。每年秋季，小小的北京雨燕开始迁飞，一路穿越37个国家，最终抵达南非高原。
For them, the Earth is a whole. The countries they fly across are all homes. No matter they are big or small, powerful or weak, rich or poor. Humans are to coexist harmoniously with nature and all things on Earth. China will work together with the world to protect this planet we call home.
在这里，我们的祖先祭祀天地，祈愿风调雨顺，谷物丰收。
The elegant Chinese characters were inspired by the beauty of life in nature. The classical Book of Songs expresses the sincere feelings through describing various beings in the world. The Chinese civilization has always respected and loved nature and valued the harmony between man and nature. Giant pandas are a species from 8 million years ago. China has set up the Giant Panda National Park that covers 27,000 square kilometers of mountain forest. Nearly 2,000 wild pandas are living freely and producing here. Setting eco-red line, building national parks, establishing nature reserves, and keeping a distance from wild species reflect people's willingness to restrain their own behavior and to give way to wild species. The germplasm resource banks and gene banks around the country hold the survival code of millions of species, protecting the valuable assets for humankind. Forest conservation and the holistic conservation and restoration of mountain, river, forest, farmland, lake, grassland, and desert ecosystems are bringing back lucid waters, lush mountains, blue sky, and white clouds.
像保护眼睛一样保护自然和生态环境。这个理念在中国深入人心。在这里，曾经灭绝的麋鹿不但恢复了种群数量，还被成批野化放归大自然。
Thanks to the unremitting efforts by China, many extinct or endangered wild species are regaining confidence and dignity. The elevation of Yunnan varies from 70 meters to 6,700 meters. It's a kingdom of animals and plants. People's efforts to protect biological diversity is speeding up at the moment. China is taking actions to accomplish the mission. Human beings have put forward a proposal to protect the biological diversity and to build a shared future for all life on Earth.
在这里，有一只胸怀世界的小鸟。每年秋季，小小的北京雨燕开始迁飞，一路穿越37个国家，最终抵达南非高原。
For them, the Earth is a whole. The countries they fly across are all homes. No matter they are big or small, powerful or weak, rich or poor. Humans are to coexist harmoniously with nature and all things on Earth. China will work together with the world to protect this planet we call home.
在这里，我们的祖先祭祀天地，祈愿风调雨顺，谷物丰收。
The elegant Chinese characters were inspired by the beauty of life in nature. The classical book of songs expresses the sincere feelings through describing various beings in the world. The Chinese civilization has always respected and loved nature and valued the harmony between man and nature. Giant pandas are a species from 8 million years ago. China has set up the Giant Panda National Park that covers 27,000 square kilometers of mountain forest. Nearly 2,000 wild pandas are living freely and producing here. setting eco-red line, building national parks, establishing nature reserves, and keeping a distance from wild species reflect people's willingness to restrain their own behavior and to give way to wild species. The germplasm resource banks and gene banks around the country hold the survival code of millions of species, protecting the valuable assets for humankind. Forest conservation and the holistic conservation and restoration of mountain, river, forest, farmland, lake, grassland, and desert ecosystems are bringing back lucid waters, lush mountains, blue sky, and white clouds.
像保护眼睛一样保护自然和生态环境。这个理念在中国深入人心。在这里，曾经灭绝的麋鹿不但恢复了种群数量，还被成批野化放归大自然。
Thanks to the unremitting efforts by China, many extinct or endangered wild species are regaining confidence and dignity. The elevation of Yunnan varies from 70 meters to 6,700 meters. It's a kingdom of animals and plants. People's efforts to protect biological diversity is speeding up at the moment. China is taking actions to accomplish the mission. Human beings have put forward a proposal to protect the biological diversity and to build a shared future for all life on Earth.
在这里，有一只胸怀世界的小鸟。每年秋季，小小的北京雨燕开始迁飞，一路穿越37个国家，最终抵达南非高原。
For them, the Earth is a whole. The countries they fly across are all homes. No matter they are big or small, powerful or weak, rich or poor. Humans are to coexist harmoniously with nature and all things on Earth. China will work together with the world to protect this planet we call home.
"在这里，我们的祖先祭祀天地，祈愿风调雨顺，谷物丰收。
The elegant Chinese characters were inspired by the beauty of life in nature. The classical book of songs expresses the sincere feelings through describing various beings in the world. The Chinese civilization has always respected and loved nature and valued the harmony between man and nature. Giant pandas are a species from 8 million years ago. China has set up the Giant Panda National Park that covers 27,000 square kilometers of mountain forest. Nearly 2,000 wild pandas are living freely and producing here. Setting eco-red line, building national parks, establishing nature reserves, and keeping a distance from wild species reflect people's willingness to restrain their own behavior and to give way to wild species. The germplasm resource banks and gene banks around the country hold the survival code of millions of species, protecting the valuable assets for humankind. Forest conservation and the holistic conservation and restoration of mountain, river, forest, farmland, lake, grassland, and desert ecosystems are bringing back lucid waters, lush mountains, blue sky, and white clouds.
像保护眼睛一样保护自然和生态环境。这个理念在中国深入人心。在这里，曾经灭绝的麋鹿不但恢复了种群数量，还被成批野化放归大自然。
Thanks to the unremitting efforts by China, many extinct or endangered wild species are regaining confidence and dignity. The elevation of Yunnan varies from 70 meters to 6,700 meters. It's a kingdom of animals and plants. People's efforts to protect biological diversity is speeding up at the moment. China is taking actions to accomplish the mission. Human beings have put forward a proposal to protect the biological diversity and to build a shared future for all life on Earth.
在这里，有一只胸怀世界的小鸟。每年秋季，小小的北京雨燕开始迁飞，一路穿越37个国家，最终抵达南非高原。
For them, the Earth is a whole. The countries they fly across are all homes. No matter they are big or small, powerful or weak, rich or poor. Humans are to coexist harmoniously with nature and all things on Earth. China will work together with the world to protect this planet we call home.
在这里，我们的祖先祭祀天地，祈愿风调雨顺，谷物丰收。
The elegant Chinese characters were inspired by the beauty of life in nature. The classical book of songs expresses the sincere feelings through describing various beings in the world. The Chinese civilization has always respected and loved nature. and value the harmony between man and nature. Giant pandas are a species from 8 million years ago. China has set up the Giant Panda National Park that covers 27,000 square kilometers of mountain forest. Nearly 2,000 wild pandas are living freely and producing here. Setting eco-red line, building national parks, establishing nature reserves, and keeping a distance from wild species reflect people's willingness to restrain their own behavior and to give way to wild species. The germplasm resource banks and gene banks around the country hold the survival code of millions of species, protecting the valuable assets for humankind. Forest conservation and the holistic conservation and restoration of mountain, river, forest, farmland, lake, grassland, and desert ecosystems are bringing back lucid waters, lush mountains, blue sky, and white clouds.
像保护眼睛一样保护自然和生态环境。这个理念在中国深入人心。在这里，曾经灭绝的麋鹿不但恢复了种群数量，还被成批野化放归大自然。
Thanks to the unremitting efforts by China, many extinct or endangered wild species are regaining confidence and dignity. The elevation of Yunnan varies from 70 meters to 6,700 meters. It's a kingdom of animals and plants. People's efforts to protect biological diversity is speeding up at the moment. China is taking actions to accomplish the mission. Human beings have put forward a proposal to protect the biological diversity and to build a shared future for all life on Earth.
在这里，有一只胸怀世界的小鸟。每年秋季，小小的北京雨燕开始迁飞，一路穿越37个国家，最终抵达南非高原。
For them, the Earth is a whole. The countries they fly across are all homes. No matter they are big or small, powerful or weak, rich or poor. Humans are to coexist harmoniously with nature and all things on Earth. China will work together with the world to protect this planet we call home.
在这里，我们的祖先祭祀天地，祈愿风调雨顺，谷物丰收。
The elegant Chinese characters were inspired by the beauty of life in nature. The classical book of songs expresses the sincere feelings through describing various beings in the world. The Chinese civilization has always respected and loved nature and valued the harmony between man and nature. Giant pandas are a species from 8 million years ago. China has set up the Giant Panda National Park that covers 27,000 square kilometers of mountain forest. Nearly 2,000 wild pandas are living freely and producing here. Setting eco-red line, building national parks, establishing nature reserves, and keeping a distance from wild species reflect people's willingness to restrain their own behavior and to give way to wild species. The germplasm resource banks and gene banks around the country hold the survival code of millions of species, protecting the valuable assets for humankind. Forest conservation and the holistic conservation and restoration of mountain, river, forest, farmland, lake, grassland, and desert ecosystems are bringing back lucid waters, lush mountains, blue sky, and white clouds.
像保护眼睛一样保护自然和生态环境。这个理念在中国深入人心。在这里，曾经灭绝的麋鹿不但恢复了种群数量，还被成批野化放归大自然。
Thanks to the unremitting efforts by China, many extinct or endangered wild species are regaining confidence and dignity. The elevation of Yunnan varies from 70 meters to 6,700 meters. It's a kingdom of animals and plants. People's efforts to protect biological diversity is speeding up at the moment. China is taking actions to accomplish the mission. Human beings have put forward a proposal to protect the biological diversity and to build a shared future for all life on Earth.
在这里，有一只胸怀世界的小鸟。每年秋季，小小的北京雨燕开始迁飞，一路穿越37个国家，最终抵达南非高原。
For them, the Earth is a whole. The countries they fly across are all homes. No matter they are big or small, powerful or weak, rich or poor. Humans are to coexist harmoniously with nature and all things on Earth. China will work together with the world to protect this planet we call home.
在这里，我们的祖先祭祀天地，祈愿风调雨顺，谷物丰收。
The elegant Chinese characters were inspired by the beauty of life in nature. The classical Book of Songs expresses the sincere feelings through describing various beings in the world. The Chinese civilization has always respected and loved nature and valued the harmony between man and nature. Giant pandas are a species from 8 million years ago. China has set up the Giant Panda National Park that covers 27,000 square kilometers of mountain forest. Nearly 2,000 wild pandas are living freely and producing here. Setting eco-red line, building national parks, establishing nature reserves, and keeping a distance from wild species reflect people's willingness to restrain their own behavior and to give way to wild species. The germplasm resource banks and gene banks around the country hold the survival code of millions of species, protecting the valuable assets for humankind. Forest conservation and the holistic conservation and restoration of mountain, river, forest, farmland, lake, grassland, and desert ecosystems are bringing back lucid waters, lush mountains, blue sky, and white clouds.
像保护眼睛一样保护自然和生态环境。这个理念在中国深入人心。在这里，曾经灭绝的麋鹿不但恢复了种群数量，还被成批野化放归大自然。
Thanks to the unremitting efforts by China, many extinct or endangered wild species are regaining confidence and dignity. The elevation of Yunnan varies from 70 meters to 6,700 meters. It's a kingdom of animals and plants. People's efforts to protect biological diversity is speeding up at the moment. China is taking actions to accomplish the mission. Human beings have put forward a proposal to protect the biological diversity and to build a shared future for all life on Earth.
在这里，有一只胸怀世界的小鸟。每年秋季，小小的北京雨燕开始迁飞，一路穿越37个国家，最终抵达南非高原。
For them, the Earth is a whole. The countries they fly across are all homes. No matter they are big or small, powerful or weak, rich or poor. Humans are to coexist harmoniously with nature and all things on Earth. China will work together with the world to protect this planet we call home.
在这里，我们的祖先祭祀天地，祈愿风调雨顺，谷物丰收。
The elegant Chinese characters were inspired by the beauty of life in nature. The classical Book of Songs expresses the sincere feelings through describing various beings in the world. The Chinese civilization has always respected and loved nature and valued the harmony between man and nature. Giant pandas are a species from 8 million years ago. China has set up the Giant Panda National Park that covers 27,000 square kilometers of mountain forest. Nearly 2,000 wild pandas are living freely and producing here. Setting eco-red line, building national parks, establishing nature reserves, and keeping a distance from wild species reflect people's willingness to restrain their own behavior and to give way to wild species. The germplasm resource banks and gene banks around the country hold the survival code of millions of species, protecting the valuable assets for humankind. Forest conservation and the holistic conservation and restoration of mountain, river, forest, farmland, lake, grassland, and desert ecosystems are bringing back lucid waters, lush mountains, blue sky, and white clouds.
像保护眼睛一样保护自然和生态环境。这个理念在中国深入人心。在这里，曾经灭绝的麋鹿不但恢复了种群数量，还被成批野化放归大自然。
Thanks to the unremitting efforts by China, many extinct or endangered wild species are regaining confidence and dignity. The elevation of Yunnan varies from 70 meters to 6,700 meters. It's a kingdom of animals and plants. People's efforts to protect biological diversity is speeding up at the moment. China is taking actions to accomplish the mission. Human beings have put forward a proposal to protect the biological diversity and to build a shared future for all life on Earth.
在这里，有一只胸怀世界的小鸟。每年秋季，小小的北京雨燕开始迁飞，一路穿越37个国家，最终抵达南非高原。
For them, the Earth is a whole. The countries they fly across are all homes. No matter they are big or small, powerful or weak, rich or poor. Humans are to coexist harmoniously with nature and all things on Earth. China will work together with the world to protect this planet we call home.
在这里，我们的祖先祭祀天地，祈愿风调雨顺，谷物丰收。
The elegant Chinese characters were inspired by the beauty of life in nature. The classical book of songs expresses the sincere feelings through describing various beings in the world. The Chinese civilization has always respected and loved nature and valued the harmony between man and nature. Giant pandas are a species from 8 million years ago. China has set up the Giant Panda National Park that covers 27,000 square kilometers of mountain forest. Nearly 2,000 wild pandas are living freely and producing here. Setting eco-red line, building national parks, establishing nature reserves, and keeping a distance from wild species reflect people's willingness to restrain their own behavior and to give way to wild species. The germplasm resource banks and gene banks around the country hold the survival code of millions of species, protecting the valuable assets for humankind. Forest conservation and the holistic conservation and restoration of mountain, river, forest, farmland, lake, grassland, and desert ecosystems are bringing back lucid waters, lush mountains, blue sky, and white clouds.
像保护眼睛一样保护自然和生态环境。这个理念在中国深入人心。在这里，曾经灭绝的麋鹿不但恢复了种群数量，还被成批野化放归大自然。
Thanks to the unremitting efforts by China, many extinct or endangered wild species are regaining confidence and dignity. The elevation of Yunnan varies from 70 meters to 6,700 meters. It's a kingdom of animals and plants. People's efforts to protect biological diversity is speeding up at the moment. China is taking actions to accomplish the mission. Human beings have put forward a proposal to protect the biological diversity and to build a shared future for all life on Earth.
在这里，有一只胸怀世界的小鸟。每年秋季，小小的北京雨燕开始迁飞，一路穿越37个国家，最终抵达南非高原。
For them, the Earth is a whole. The countries they fly across are all homes. No matter they are big or small, powerful or weak, rich or poor. Humans are to coexist harmoniously with nature and all things on Earth. China will work together with the world to protect this planet we call home.
在这里，我们的祖先祭祀天地，祈愿风调雨顺，谷物丰收。
Can you tell me the name of the Minister of Congo?
我给他播放了，你问一下刚部长的名字。
我现在网络断了。Distinguished delegates, please take your seats. distinguished delegates. With regard to the meeting in the early hours of this morning, the Minister of Environment of the Democratic Republic of Congo, Madam Musudi Iva, would like to make some clarifications now. I would like to give her the floor. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Président de la COP.
Mr. President of the COP, through me, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, would like to reiterate to you our sincere congratulations on your willingness to lead this process of negotiations of the 15th COP of states parties to the Biodiversity Conference and ensure its success. My country, in the face of a climate crisis, also would like to congratulate everyone on the adoption of the post-22 biodiversity framework and the 5 other decisions that were taken.
Toutefois, Excellence.
However, Excellencies, Mr. President, the Democratic Republic of the Congo is fully committed to the universal values of truth, equity, and justice. Because in terms of the process of the adoption of decisions this morning at 3 a.m., as you know, the rules of procedure did not give us the possibility to show how my country, the DRC, was involved during this process of negotiations. Point by point, we wished to show you how we were very much satisfied with the report in comparison to the objectives, but unfortunately the post-2020 framework was adopted as a package, and my country would like to point out, and as I said, we did not have this opportunity and we did not have the possibility to show our willingness. And we referred to Articles 21 and 39 of the Convention. Article 21 of the Convention provides for the establishment of a funding mechanism dedicated to biodiversity. And these days, and the mechanism under Article 39 of the Convention will become established because it was. We've seen that a window was opened to the creation of the Jeff Trust Fund. The LDCs and other countries that supported the creation of such fund only were asking for the application of Article 21 of the Convention. Mr. President, if the path that we are taking is not the correct path, all of the efforts that we'll be making will run the risk of leading to nowhere. We wish all these processes all the best, and we are open to participate in constructive negotiations because it's not enough simply to vote to adopt something. Therefore, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, in light of its sovereign right, a right recognized by the United Nations related to these negotiations, my country would like to express some reservations related to Target 19 of the Global post-2020 biodiversity framework related to funding and financing mechanisms, and to document L29 related to the mobilization of resources for the implementation of the global biodiversity framework for the period post-2020. We'd like to have this clearly placed on record to be included in the final report of COP15 in Montreal on biodiversity. I'd like to reiterate our readiness to participate in any process of negotiations until COP16. We do hope our voice will be heard. And I'd like to thank all delegations and thank you, President, and also thank the team and the Secretariat. And we wish everyone a very good holiday season and a very good 2023. Thank you.
Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, friends, I would like to thank the Honorable Minister of the Democratic Republic of the Congo for her statement, which is constructive. Congo is one of the most critical areas for biodiversity on Earth and has an important influence in advancing global biodiversity governance. I am very grateful for your active support to the package of decisions, including the framework. And I'd also thank you for what you said, which is to actively participate in the negotiation process and to promote the biodiversity conservation governance process. And I also have a huge personal appreciation for your leadership, and I have listened very carefully to what you just said and what you suggested. I will note it. Thank you very much. Now, let's proceed to review the L documents under the Cartagena Protocol, COP 10. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to begin with the adoption of the decisions by considering L documents of COP 10 of the Cartagena Protocol on biosafety.
Working groups. So what shall we say? We should start with the reports on the working groups. But we also
非常抱歉，刚才
My apologies. We just had some glitches in our procedures just now. Delegates, I would like to invite Robert, a 10-year-old Canadian friend of ours. Today, he represents RESVA, the Eastland Trust, a Eastland NGO. And he will share with us a special letter from a young girl in India. I believe his sharing will benefit us a lot. Now, I give the floor to our little friend Robert.
Hi, my name is Robert. I am here on behalf of the 2 billion kids around the world who couldn't be here. I am honored to have been part of this one chance to save the animals I love. I am going to be speaking on behalf of Anaya. She is 6 years old and from India. Dear grown-ups, thank you for reading my thoughts. I learned that the air that we breathe, the water that we drink, and the safety of our soil are all dependent on trees. Are they not our gift boxes from God? Please do not unwrap them all. Please keep them for us. We like to breathe fresh air, drink clean water, and live safe. If the roots of these trees keep the soil safe, we need to keep trees safe for our sake. I write this on behalf of all the children for this Christmas, asking you to please keep our forests safe. We like to explore, trek, and enjoy like you. Love and peace, Anaya.
No.
We thank lovely Robert for his sharing of this special letter. We also thank him for his sincere, childish, but encouraging heart. Now, I'd like to invite the chair of the first working group, Ms. Rosemary from New Zealand, to give us a report on their work. You have the floor.
After report, adoption. Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and I'm afraid I can't really top that last intervention. Distinguished delegates, since the last meeting of this plenary, the contact group on COP Agenda Item 12B, Financial Mechanism, co-chaired by Greg Phillick of Canada and Laura Bermudez of Colombia, met yesterday for the 4th time and was able to reach consensus on most elements of the draft decision. I am now pleased to report that Working Group 1 completed the agenda items assigned to it at its 4th meeting this morning. As a result, Working Group 1 is sending the following L documents for adoption at this meeting of the plenary. L32 on COP Item 13B, Knowledge Management and the Clearinghouse Mechanism. L33 on COP Item 12B, the Financial Mechanism. L34 on COP Item 16A, Mainstreaming of Biodiversity within and across sectors. L12 on Nagoya Protocol Item 13, Global Biodiversity Framework. L13 on Nagoya Protocol Item 14, Digital Sequence Information, and the report of Working Group 1, L1. At our previous meeting of this working group on December 17, we approved the following draft decisions. L21 on cooperation with other conventions and international organisations, COP item 15b. L22 on engagement with subnational governments, cities and other local authorities, COP agenda item 16b. L23 on communication, COP item 9c, 13c. L24 on the Gender Plan of Action, COP item 9d. Concerning COP item 9a, the Global Biodiversity Framework, COP 9b, monitoring frameworks for the Global Biodiversity Framework, COP item 11, Nagoya Protocol item 14, digital sequencing information, COP item 12a, resource mobilization, COP item 13a, capacity building and technical and scientific cooperation, COP item 14, mechanisms for planning, monitoring, reporting and review. As you will recall, they were sent as a package for the consideration of the plenary yesterday, December 18. Mr. President, delegates worked tirelessly since we last met in plenary and fulfilled their mandate. I wish to express my sincere appreciation to all the co-chairs, the members of the contact groups and friends of the chairs for their hard work and dedication, and the members of the COP Bureau for their guidance, and to the Secretariat for its unfailing support. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Now the floor to the budget group. Thank you, Ms. Rosemary, very much. I now give the floor to the chair of the budget group. Mr. Sudan from Egypt, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good evening, dear colleagues and distinguished delegates. I am pleased to share with you that last night at 10 p.m., the contact group on Agenda Item 7, Budget for the Integrated Program Work of the Secretariat, completed its mandate. Since my last report on the 17th of December, the budget group held an additional 4 meetings and addressed all elements of the budget document, including the staffing table, meetings components, costings, trust funds, the text of the draft decision, and the other related elements embedded into the budget for the convention and its protocols. In the process, 2 informal consultation groups were established to find common ground for the staff posts and meeting costs. In a formidable display of collegial collaboration and compromise, the group was able to clear all the brackets in the text and agree on all staffing posts and the funding and financial matters, resulting in the approval of the documents reflecting an increase of 7.2% from the previous budget and added capacity to the Secretariat with additional new posts. The results of the work are reflected in the documents CBD/COP/15/L31 on the Convention, CBD/CP/MOP10/L15 on the Cartagena Protocol, and CBD/NP/MOP4/L11 on the Nagoya Protocol. Distinguished delegates, I am honored and humbled to have been given your trust to chair the work of the Budget Contact Group and hold in high esteem the opportunity to have engaged with such highly skilled and committed representatives of the parties and I am thankful for their thoughtful consideration, spirit of cooperation, compromise, friendly atmosphere, and I also extend my appreciation to the Secretariat of the Convention for its extraordinary support. Mr. President, I take this opportunity to wish you all safe journeys back to your countries and joyful re-encounters with your loved ones, and Happy New Year. Thank you, Mr. President. Shukran.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sedan, for your representation. Apologies. We still have some procedural issues to clarify, which is normal. Good things always come with a lots of hesitations and delays.
Shall we just read out the three things? 你就从这念吧。
Okay, I will speak English. Thank you very much. I will now adjourn the joint plenary and resume COP 10. We will begin with the adoption of decisions by considering L12 for COP 10 of the Cartagena Protocol on biodiversity. This is an L document on matters related to the financial mechanism and the resources. We need to adopt this decision so that the guidance to the financial mechanism for the meeting of parties can be forwarded to the conference of the parties to the convention for inclusion in its decision on the financial mechanism. I now submit for the adoption by the conference of the parties serves the meeting of the parties to the Cartagena Protocol L12 on matters related to the financial mechanism and resources. Can we adopt this document as a whole? Okay, thank you. Thank you. I announce CP MOP 10 L12 is adopted. Continue. Now, paragraph 3 and 4 of this decision were appended to the COP decision on the financial mechanism. I now adjourn COP MOP 10. I now put forward adopting the following documents under the Convention. L11, Program of Work of the Intergovernment Science Policy Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Service. L12, an invasive alien species. L19, on biodiversity and climate change. L18, on synthetic biology. L21, on cooperation with other conventions and international organizations. L22, on engagement with supranational national governments and other local authorities. L23, on communication. And 24, on gender plan of action. L13, on ecologically or biologically significant marine area, Northeast Atlantic. L14, on ecologically or biologically significant marine area. Further work. L15, on conservation and sustainable use of marine and coastal biodiversities. L16, on biodiversity and agriculture. And 17, on biodiversity and health. And 20, on multi-year program of work of the Conference of the Parties. L32, on the financial mechanism. And 33, on knowledge management. L34, on mainstreaming of biodiversity. L35, date and venue. I propose that we start our consideration of COP15, L11, on program of work of IPBES. I submit for the adoption document L11. Can we adopt this document as a whole? Okay, thank you. Thank you. COP15 L11 is adopted. So do you understand me?
Yes. هل تتمكنون من فهمي؟ هذا عظيم، هذا رائع. نفهمك بشكل ممتاز.
Okay, before
إذن قبل أن نبدأ النظر في ال21 حول التعاون مع الاتفاقيات والمنظمات الدولية الأخرى، أود أن أطلب من الأمانة تزويدنا بمعلومات حول النص. الكلمة إذن للأمانة، تفضلوا. شكرا جزيلا السيد الرئيس. في الفقرة الأخيرة من المقرر هذا في الفقرة 17 ترون أقواسا في النص الذي تم تقديمه لنا وتحويله من الفريق العامل. سأقرأ حلا وسطا أو توفيقيا لهذا النص وذلك لعنايتكم. يقرأ النص يطلب كذلك إلى الأمينة التنفيذية رهنا بتوفر الموارد تبادل المعلومات مع منظمة الصحة العالمية WHO حول الحصول على مسببات الأمراض والتقاسم العادل والمنصف للمنافع الناشئة عن استخدام الموارد الجينية في عملها الجاري بموجب منظمة الصحة العالمية بشأن الوقاية من الجائحات والتأهب والاستجابة لها. المندوبون الوقرون، هل بإمكانكم النظر في هذا النص؟
Thank you, Mr. President.
So can we adopt? Okay, we adopt. Thank you. Thank you. Before we start on our consideration of L20 on the multi-year program of work of the conference of the parties, I would like to ask the Secretariat to provide information on the text. So, Secretariat, you have the floor.
So, thank you, Mr. President. In this document, you'll see there are some brackets in the annex saying to be completed. This simply reflects the request of the Executive Secretary in the draft decision to complete that work. So, understanding that this will then come back at SBI and then a future COP. Thank you.
So can we adopt? Yes, we adopt. Thank you, thank you. Now, before we start our consideration of 14 ecologically or biologically significant marine areas, further work, I would like to ask the Secretariat to provide information on the text. So, please, David.
Thank you, Mr. President. On this text, there's a stray bracket on paragraph 4, at the opening of paragraph 4. This bracket should be removed. Thank you, Mr. President.
Can we adopt? Yes, no problem.
Venezuela, as for footnotes. 你现在给他一个发言。
好，我注意到有。
It has come to my attention that the representative of Venezuela has requested the floor. I invite you to speak, representative of Venezuela. You have the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I didn't want to dampen our celebration, but this is just a procedural issue on the second preambular paragraph, which refers to the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. The Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela believes that this is not the only legal instrument governing activities related to the seas and oceans, and therefore Venezuela does not join in this reference to the UN Convention of the Laws of the Sea, and therefore we request that this reference be reflected in L14 in a footnote to that. Please have our position reflected there. Thank you.
好，谢谢。
I thank you. If there's no more further objections to this, I would propose that we accept and adopt this particular document.
Consideration of L15 on conservation and the sustainable use of marine and coastal biodiversity. I would like to ask the Secretariat to provide information on this text. So, please, David.
Thank you, Mr. President. In paragraph 22, you'll see brackets around the term nature-based solutions, and following the resolution of this issue during discussions on the global biodiversity framework, delegates may wish to consider removing the brackets and replacing and by and or, so that the phrase would be, and noting that nature-based solutions and or ecosystem-based approaches, comma, and so on. This would align the text with the agreement in the documents adopted last night. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, can we adopt? Yes, no problem. Now we start our consideration L16 on biodiversity and agriculture. I would like to ask the Secretariat to provide information on the text. So please, David.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, this is a similar issue. In the annex to this document, in paragraph 3, there are brackets. And the suggestion is to replace the words in brackets by including through nature-based solutions and or ecosystem-based approaches. Then the footnote around the brackets around footnote 6 would also be lifted. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, David. So, can we adopt? Okay, great. Now, before we start our consideration L17 on biodiversity and health, I would like to ask the Secretariat to provide information on this text. Please, David.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, if we look at the penultimate preambular paragraph, beginning emphasizing the critical role of, the suggestion to resolve the brackets would be emphasizing the critical role of genetic resources, comma, digital sequence information on genetic resources, comma, and traditional knowledge associated with genetic resources, and so on. Again, this aligns the text with the form that has been used in the decisions adopted last night. The second change would be in paragraph 1, subparagraph D, where the text in brackets and associated information would be replaced by the following: as well as the fair and equitable sharing of benefits arising from the use of digital sequence information on genetic resources. The same formulation would be used to replace the term in brackets in paragraph 5, subparagraph A. That is, as well as the fair and equitable sharing of benefits arising from the use of digital sequence information on genetic resources. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, David. So, can we adopt? Okay, excellent.
Okay.
Okay, before we start our consideration of CBD COP 15 L.34, and the title is a longer-term strategic approach on mainstreaming biodiversity within and across sectors draft decisions submitted by the chair of Working Group 1.
For adoption.
So, can we adopt?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, so we don't need to do this part, just the first line. L30.
L35, date and the venue of future meeting of the conference of the parties.
For adoption. For adoption.
For adoption. Can we adopt? Okay, it's no problem. We adopt. And the next one is L32, knowledge management under the clearinghouse mechanism
For adoption.
for adoption. Okay, we adopt. Thank you. And the next one is L11, Program of Work of the Intergovernment Science Policy Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services. So can we adopt? Okay, we adopt. It's no problem. And the next one is L12, Invasive Alien Species. Draft decision submitted by the chair of Working Group 2. So can we adopt? Okay, we adopt. Okay. So the next one is L19, Biodiversity and Climate Change. So can we adopt? Yes, we adopt. Yeah, it goes very quickly. Sorry, 我注意到欧盟也有请欧盟的代表发言。
Thank you, Chair. The EU and its 27 member states regret the outcome of our discussions on the agenda item 23 on biodiversity and climate change, where the opposition of some to engage in further work has led to the situation that we collectively have lost work of the last 4 years. We worked hard and we were ready to work even harder, considering the crucial importance of the climate change biodiversity nexus. UNEA Resolution 5.5 is an important milestone in the field of biodiversity and climate change, also recognized in the UNFCCC COP27 cover decision and the Resolution 1820 adopted at Ramsar COP14. And we think it would have been pertinent that the CBD COP decision on biodiversity and climate change included a reference to it. We would like to see this reflected in the report of the meeting. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. We can take a lot. So our next document is L18, Synthetic Biology, Biology, sorry, for adoption. So can we adopt? Yes, no problem. We adopt. And the next one is L22, engagement with subnational governments, cities, and other local authorities to enhancing implementation of the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework. Can we adopt? Yes, great, we adopt. So the next one is L23, communication for adoption. So can we adopt? Yes, no problem. We adopt. And the next one is L24, gender plan of action. So can we adopt? Yes, the same. So the next one is L13, ecologically or biologically significant marine area in the Northeast Atlantic Ocean and adjacent area. So can we adopt? Yes, we adopt. Thank you.
Yes, this one I have to make an
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, introduce it and then make an announcement.
So the next one is L32, financial mechanism. I would like to ask the Secretary to provide some information on this text. Please, David.
So this is L33, financial mechanism. And you will see that there are 2 paragraphs remaining in brackets. These are paragraphs 15 and, Annex 3, 1B. And I believe that the co-chair of the contact group, Ms. Laura Bermudez of Colombia, may have a solution or a proposed solution for these paragraphs.
Now, we see representative from Colombia request for the floor. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to refer to the 2 standing issues, pending issues in the financial mechanism document. My co-chair and I has been supporting the parties' interest in resolving them. Regarding the first pending issue about the long discussions on how to refer to support for developing countries in Annex 1, paragraph 15, and in Annex 3, paragraph 1B, some call for consistency with a preamble para in L28 on capacity building. Others opposed this approach and support alternate previous standard decision text and text that is also found in Goal D in L25 on GBF and Annex 1 of L29 on resource mobilization strategy. Mr. President, there is not a perfect solution, but we believe that the GBF and the resource mobilizations of documents provide the best guidance. After several informal consultations during the day with different parties trying to find the best compromise solutions for all, I understand that all are agreed on simplify the text using the wording from past decisions relating to the GEF as a financial mechanism. In this line, all parties prefer to use the words recipient countries. So the text clean will read, in Annex 1, paragraph 15, the GEF in its 8th replenishment period should explore ways to significantly improve the access to funding for all recipient countries and full stop. And in Annex 3, paragraph 1B, the GEF in its 8th replenishment period should explore ways to significantly improve the access to funding for all recipient countries, comma, and continue with the rest of the paragraph. Regarding the second issue about the proposal from Iran, and after informal consultations during the day with different interested parties, we revised 3 different options trying to find the best compromise solution for all. Some other parties proposed a 4th option based on the text already agreed by the UNCCC about financial mechanism. This option reads, SC 915, request the Global Environment Facility as appropriate to ensure that its policies and procedures related to the consideration and review of funding proposals be duly followed in an efficient and transparent manner. I understand that all parties are willing to include this paragraph as a second preambular paragraph. I hope, Mr. President, these two compromise solutions allow us to clean the text on financial mechanism, recognizing that the Global Environment Facility has a valuable role for all developing countries to implement the goals and targets of the Global Biodiversity Framework as soon as possible at a national level. Thank you, Mr. President.
I also note that a representative from Iran has requested floor. You have the floor.
Your Excellency, Mr. President, distinguished delegates, Iran would like to thank you and your dedicated team for the hard work that has been done during COP15 and express our congratulations for the incredible job with the development and the acceptance of the Global Biodiversity Framework by all parties. Islamic Republic of Iran participated in this conference with the good spirit to negotiate and compromise on GBF, to take significant steps towards sustainable governance of biodiversity. We emphasize that the implementation of GBF requires powerful resource mobilization and a strong support from international resources in a fair, equitable, and easily accessible manner to all developing parties. Iran, as a one-member delegation, has not had an opportunity of fair and equitable negotiation on all the documents discussed in COP15 because of the absence of Iranian delegates in this conference that was caused by not issuing visa to these delegates. As a result, Iran did not have a wide presence in each and all the negotiations. The main concern is that some eligible countries have faced restrictions with accessing the GEF fund, which is an official CBD financial instrument as per legally binding Article 21 of the Convention. And if this continues, it will impact the level of implementation of GBF by all parties. This issue of violation of the Convention's requirement was raised at the plenary and in the working group 1 during consideration of CRP 12 on financial mechanisms. We agreed to remove the text removing all barriers and restrictions which we requested from the paragraph 15 annex 1 to preamble paragraph. The distinguished delegates of Colombia suggested 3 options to solve the issue. However, we are very upset that the lack of compromise from some parties. We have worked hard with Colombia to present these options, but none of them were accepted by some parties. In this situation, although we would like to put the text in bracket, but for the spirit of the compromise and good view on the benefit of developing countries, we agree that the 4th options, as read by the distinguished delegates of Colombia, inserted in the preamble of the financial mechanism text, but our intervention on the removal of all barriers and political restrictions to access the GEF fund for all eligible countries is reflected in the final report of the meeting. Mr. President, we request for you and the parties to accept this proposal to allow all parties to have effective contribution to implement the GBF. Biodiversity and the environment have no barriers, and they require the effective contribution of all countries. Let us all be happy with the result of our negotiations and take strong steps toward living in harmony with nature and build a shared future for all life on Earth. I take this opportunity to wish you all the distinguished delegates a safe journey back home and a happy holiday and a new year in advance. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Iran, for your compromise. I propose to L33 adopted as amended by Colombia. Now I adjourn COP15 and resume COP10. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now concede for adoption L document and the COP10 of the Cartagena Protocol. I now put forward the following L document for adoption. L13, an implementation plan for the Cartagena Protocol on biosafety. So, So can we adopt? Yes. Yes. Thank you.
F14. No, 16.
16?
No. So we must be. It's wrong. What pages?
Now I propose to adopt of capacity building action plan for the Cartagena Protocol on biosafety under the Nagoya Kula NEM supplementary protocol on liability and redress. L14. 好，我注意到也门要发言，有请。
Yemen, you have the floor.
So we adopt. Okay, I now adjourn COP 10 and I resume COP 4. under the document L9, specialized international essays on the benefit sharing instruments in the context of Article 4, Paragraph 4 of the Nagoya Protocol. Has it adopted? Yes. So can we adopt? Yes. So next document is L10, Global Multilateral Benefit Sharing Mechanism, Article 10. So for adoption. So can we adopt? Yes, we adopt. And the next one is L12, enhancing the implementation of the Nagoya Protocol in the context of the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework for adoption. So can we adopt? Yes, no problem. Well, our next document is L13, Digital Sequence Information on the Genetic Resources for adoption. So can we adopt? Yes, the same. Now I would like to adjourn COP4 and resume COP15. I would like to turn to item 7 of COP15. Under the convention, we will now concede L31 on administration and the budget. I submit for adoption document L31. I would like to remind you that this document is the result of many days of hard work in the budget contact group. Okay. 挪威要发言，我注意到，请。
Norway, I recognize Norway. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just want to announce a contribution from Norway on 10 million Norwegian kroner, equal to 1 million US, for the intersessional DSI work. Thank you.
Thank you very much for Norway. Now we adopt.
We just continue. So it's, right. So this should.
So now I join COP15 and resume COP10. 来瞧一下吧。继续。I would like to turn to item 6 of COP10 and the Continental Protocol. We will now concede L15 on administration and the budget. I submit for adoption document L15. Okay, we adopt.
Sorry, no, just give me the floor on this one. For some.
Okay, thank you. Now I adjourn COP MOP 10 and resume COP MOP 4. Now I would like to turn to item 6 of COP MOP 4. Under the Nagoya Protocol, we will now concede L11 on administration on the budget. I submit for adoption document L11.
The Secretariat has some clarification to make.
President, in MOP 4 L11, you'll see that in paragraph 3 there is some parts to be completed. So the COP MOP approves a core BB program budget for the protocol of $2,591,100 United States dollars for the year 2023, and of $2,822,900 United States dollars for the year 2024, representing 13% of the integrated budget of $19,931,600 for the year 2023 and $21,714,500 for the year 2024 for the convention and the protocols for the purposes set out in tables below. And there'll be editorial corrections, or not corrections, completion of this document to align the table numbers. Thank you, Mr. President.
Shall we say so? Yeah. Proposal adopt with amendment introducing.
Doesn't need to say
just for adopt.
Yeah.
就是现在通过要求提交通过。
So can we adopt? Yes, wonderful.
So now we just continue. So this is after this.
So thank you. I now adjourn COP MOP 4 and resume COP 15. I would like to return to item 2 of the COP on the election of officials. You will recall that this item was addressed at our plenary session on December 10th. I now invite the regions to provide their nominations for members to serve on the next bureau. I will begin with Africa.
Who is Africa? Who is from Africa?
Okay, I see no one has taken the floor from the African region. I understand that the nominations are Ms. Holbisili Sikosana from Eswatini and Mr. Abdurrahmani Zino Isura from Algeria.
好，有请塞内加尔发言。
I give the floor to Senegal.
Merci, Michel.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, the members of the Bureau, instead of Algeria, it will be Egypt. Dr. Fouda, that is our nomination. Thank you.
We've taken note of your statement and we will adjust according to what you said. Now, we would like to give floor to the representative from Asia Pacific region.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think there is a mistake here. What we had agreed within the African group that Egypt will be alternate to Algeria for Nagoya Protocol, because Algeria is not a member in Nagoya Protocol now. So Algeria is the permanent and we are the alternate. I hope that this clarification would be reflected in the document. Thank you.
We've taken note of what you said. We will adjust promptly. Now, I give the floor to the representative of Asia Pacific region. It comes to attention that the Russian delegate asked for the floor. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, President. The Russian Federation is asking for the floor before the nominees from our regional group are presented. Last time, with great concern, we've been observing the great level of politicization of the processes related to environment protection. We listen to unfounded statements by countries. This undermines the atmosphere here and leads to mistrust. And Russia only took the floor on these issues only as a right of reply and only reacting to unfriendly statements and actions. Now, the pinnacle of all of this was related to the adoption of the resolution of members of the Ramsar Convention. And in light of that statement, we must say that we have to react to anti-Russian statements during this conference of states parties, including during the ministerial segment, and blocking any candidates from the Russian Federation to participate in the work of the governing bodies of the convention. All countries that politicize the environmental processes have to fully realize that they take full responsibility for their actions. We cannot agree with elections of any officials from countries that were co-sponsors of the Ramsar resolution during the 14th session of the Conference of Parties to the Ramsar Convention. We have to say this now, during the beginning of the consideration of this agenda item. And we demand the holding of elections during the plenary meeting, in line with the rules of procedure. And in line with the rules of procedure, this must be a secret ballot, and we have to ensure that there's quorum in the room, 2/3 of the representatives of states parties, and our detailed positions related to the elections of representatives from WEOG and the representatives of the Central and Eastern Europe will be voicing those concerns later. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Georgia.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. First of all, let me express my view that when we are announcing the nominations from the regions, the floor is given to the Bureau members first, rather than other parties. Clearly, I will inform you about the process and results of the nominations from our region. However, I will not only present the names, but inform you about the process as well. For all COP Bureau membership, substa-chair, as well as the Cartagena and Nagoya Protocol compliance committees. For the COP Bureau membership, the region had 5 nominations, namely myself as Georgia, Ms. Angela Lozan of Republic of Moldova, Mr. Alexander Shestakov of the Russian Federation, Mr. Eduard Arustamian of Ukraine, and Mr. Levon Agasian of Armenia. The last nomination was later withdrawn. At the same time, since Georgia is not a party to the Nagoya Protocol, Mr. Dilovarsho Dussoda of Tajikistan was nominated as an alternate. For the substa-chair position, the region had 2 nominations, namely Ms. Stanka Barudanovic of Bosnia and Herzegovina, who is a substa bureau member elected in March this year, and Alexander Shestakov of Russian Federation. Despite the long discussions during the regional meetings, as well as informal consultations I have carried out, consensus could not be reached on these issues. Therefore, the region had to exercise a voting procedure to identify the candidates supported by the majority of the members of the region. The representative of the Secretariat was present during the meeting based on our request. As a result of this exercise, 19 members of the region voted. 3 were absent, 1 abstained, and the results are following. The COP Bureau, for COP Bureau, Georgia and Republic of Moldova got majority of votes, 18 and 16 votes respectively. For substa-chair, Ms. Senka Barudanovic of Bosnia-Herzegovina received majority of votes, namely 17 votes. At the same time, I would like to note that in this process we were guided by the formal composition of the region provided by the Secretariat, which involves 23 countries as members of the Central and Eastern European region. I would also note the statement of 5 countries of Central Asia on their interest in belonging to the CE region, rather than the Asia-Pacific region. However, due to lack of clear guidance on this issue, currently these countries are not formally considered as CE countries. I should also note that for future purposes, the region requests the Secretariat to seek advice from the United Nations Office of Legal Affairs, advice on the composition of the Central and Eastern European region under this convention. Concerning the Nagoya Protocol Compliance Committee, please note that instead of the outgoing member, Ms. Elżbieta Martiniuk, we are nominating Mr. Peter Manke of Slovakia. And at the same time, we are nominating Ms. Eliška Rolfová of Czech Republic as an alternate member of the committee. For Cartagena Protocol Compliance Committee, we are nominating Ms. Hanna Žiraková of Czech Republic instead of Ms. Dubravka Stepic, and Ms. Klodiana Marika of Albania instead of Ms. Shirin Karieva. Finally, I would like to express our gratitude to the outgoing chairs of the SABSTA and SPI for their professionalism, and dedication. Their efforts and contribution to this convention are highly appreciated and valued. Thank you, Mr. President.
I now give the floor to the representative of Asia Pacific, the representative of Kuwait. You have the floor.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. نود الإحاطة علما بأن أعضاء
Thank you very much, Mr. President. The candidate members, Dr. Samali John Gampro from Cambodia and Mr. Jen from Fiji. Those are the nominees.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the representative from Latin America and the Caribbean, the representative of Antigua Barbuda. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. The GULAC nominees for the Bureau are as follows. Vice Minister Sandra Velarde from Colombia, with Secretary Joaquin Salzburg from Argentina as the alternate for Nagoya Protocol. Also, Chief Technical Director Gillian Guthrie of Jamaica, with the Senior Policy Expert Jesus Guerra from Cuba as the alternate for Nagoya Protocol. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you for your comment. Now, I've got the photo representative of Austria on behalf of Western European countries and other countries. You have the floor.
Thank you. Of the Western European and other group, I submit the following nominations for the new bureau. For the Juskans group, Norbert Berlocher from Switzerland is nominated to replace Rosemary Patterson from New Zealand in the COP bureau. For the European Union and its member states, Eric Scholz from Luxembourg is nominated to replace me in the COP bureau. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now I would like to ask Moldova to take the floor.
Something is with microphone. I didn't request the floor.
Thank you. Now I would like to give the floor to the Russian Federation.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. As I said earlier, the Russian Federation cannot support the representatives of Georgia as a nomination from our group, a country that supports unfriendly activities within the environmental processes against my country, and also the representative of the country during a conference on biodiversity in March and June of this year and during COP15. And those are official UN meetings that should respect the basic requirements of the United Nations related to officials demonstrated biased approach. And we find that this is an approach that is unacceptable for UN meetings. So we cannot see a representative of Georgia be a representative of our group in the Bureau, and other candidates from Moldova and Ukraine are also co-sponsors of an aggressive, unfriendly resolution that was adopted during the meeting of the Ramsar Convention on Wetlands. And Mr. President, in light of the above, we cannot agree with the nomination to the Bureau of the representative of the European Union, the representative of Luxembourg, someone who, the country that was also co-sponsor of the Ramsar resolution. The countries of the European Union, during all meetings on questions of the environment, with unfriendly, politicized statements against Russia that have nothing to do with the agenda of those meetings. Moreover, the representatives of the EU that participate in the Central and Eastern European region group, in fact, blocked the any constructive work in that regional group. The representatives of our region are speaking on behalf of the European Union during the meetings of our contact group, representing someone from another region, undermining the long-standing traditions and also undermining the principles of cooperation. The countries of the European Union are introducing new rules and are limiting, for example, 5 countries from Central Asia from voting, including that have been participating in a full-fledged manner in the work of those meetings, including in the elections. This is unprecedented and acceptable. Now, also the elections of the chairman of that, who should be representing the area of Central Asia, means that we cannot support the representative of Bosnia and Herzegovina to that post as someone, as a country that co-sponsored the Ramsar resolution. We proposed an alternative candidate, and we call for a vote on all of these candidates that should be held in secret and with a quorum of 2/3 in the room. And we demand that the Secretariat ensure the holding of these elections and count the number of representatives in the room, and also checking the credentials that these representatives had. Now, in light of what the representative of our region said related to so-called elections in the region, simply is not something that corresponds to reality. Consensus-based candidates should be presented, and there was no consensus in the region, and this is why we find it inappropriate to use the word elections in terms of what took place in our regional group. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your intervention. Now I would like to invite the legal advisor officer of the convention to explain some rules and procedures. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. This process is entering in a new territory, so we don't have that much experience to base our opinion on, but we have tried to draw some experience from other processes, and based on that, elections for regional bureau representatives throughout the life of the CBD were undertaken at the regions level, and the plenary was simply notified, or the names are simply submitted to the COP plenary, and the COP elects those nominees by acclamation. But now, as I said, this is a new experience, a new territory that needs to be carefully steered. The United Nations experience indicates that elections, even if there are elections to identify representatives of individual regions, those elections should be considered as elections carried out or to be carried out by the COP or by the Assembly in other processes. There is what is known as universality of the COP in our case. Based on that experience and this concept of universality of the COP, elections for representatives of regions in the Bureau may be held at this plenary level. Now, we were prepared only for the case of the CEE, but what we just heard goes beyond the CEE. The distinguished representative of Russia, the Russian Federation, have expressed their objection to even representatives nominated by other regions. This Secretariat is not prepared to entertain that aspect of their concern or objection, but we are prepared to address the case of the CEE. And in that regard, our proposal would be as follows for the CEE region. Because there is no agreement in the region to identify and agree to identify the two nominees and agree to submit to the COP plenary, the COP plenary may elect the two representatives through one of the following procedural steps. We have heard that the number of candidates for this office are as high as 5, but we are proposing that every CEE member country would be eligible to participate in the election, to be included in the election. Therefore, we are not going to have the names now of the persons or the representatives, but we will use the names of the countries of the CEE region, and we will go ahead for an election. Through secret ballot. The election participants will be parties present here with full credentials. They will be invited to vote for 2 candidates. As I said, those candidates will now be 2 countries from the CEE region. I will read out the members of the CEE region, and we will proceed accordingly. That means parties from other regions are also allowed to participate in identifying the two representatives of Bureau representatives for the CE region. If this step is not going to be accepted or agreeable, we are proposing another step. But, Mr. President, I will present this step, if acceptable, through you. We can go ahead as proposed. If it's not acceptable, we will go to the other option.
Thank you very much. I would like to ask you if we could proceed in accordance with the recommendation by the senior legal officer from the Secretariat.
The Russian Foundation. Yeah.
I see the Czechia asking for the floor. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm speaking in the name of the Czech Republic, member of CE Regional Group, which was at every meeting of that group speaking in the name of Czech Republic. The nominations which have been presented here by Georgian colleague have been selected after consensus was not found in the region by a vote which followed the rules of procedure and showed clear and decisive majority support for the nominees and took place in the presence of the legal advisor of the Secretariat. So I'm convinced that we have properly selected nominations of candidates from our region to be considered in a standard way. Thank you very much.
I recognize the Russian Federation. You have the floor.
Спасибо, господин председатель.
Thank you, President. Now, once again, I would like to point out that all elections, in accordance with the rules of procedure of the Convention, must take place by secret ballot, what takes place within our regional group cannot be called an election. This is about the presentation of all the candidates, and countries have not reached a consensus. The representative of Georgia proposed raising in the plenary information presenting the support for given candidates, but this is not an election. Once again, I'd like to draw your attention to the fact that elections must take place in the form of a private secret ballot with the presence of 2/3 of parties. Russia, as a party to the convention, which fully discharges her obligations under that convention, is once again requesting for elections to be held. Elections for 2 representatives of our region within the Bureau and the election of a representative to the post of convention representative in the region in accordance with the rules of procedure, who would thus become a chair. We draw your attention to the fact that this election should involve all parties to the convention. All parties to the convention must participate. If quorum of 2/3 is not met, then the elections cannot take place. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I give the floor to Egypt.
Estonia.
I give the floor to Estonia.
Thank you, Chair. I'm speaking on behalf of the...
Estonia, please, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Estonia is a member of sea region, and I'm a bit confused at the moment. I have understood that it is up to the region how we decide our matters. And of course, we follow all the rules. But there are also some long-held traditions how regions decide the matter. And in my opinion, it is very simple. There were 2 seats, and we had 5 candidates, and we didn't come to the agreement by consultations. And I don't know any other democratic and fair way besides voting how to choose 2 people out of 5. So I would just like to now clarify and ask clarification from the Secretariat. Is the whole plenary now going to decide on the matters of our region by voting again? Or how will we solve this matter? Thank you.
We have no option. All the parties now present in this plenary and having valid credential would participate in electing the representatives of the Bureau of the CEE region. Yes.
I give the floor to the Czech Republic.
Thank you, Mr. President. We thank very much legal advisor for providing the one of the 2 options which he mentioned are available in his opinion for this situation. We did hear only about one of the 2 options, and we didn't hear the position of the Secretariat to that option. I would be very happy if we could get a clear indication, first, why the candidates which have been selected on the basis of a vote within a group where all candidates were participating, including those which were not elected, and with vast majority we selected the candidates which were presented by representative of Georgia. That's first. And second, which are the options, both options, which were mentioned by legal advice? Thank you very much.
The distinguished delegate of the Czech Republic, I wish if I could concur with what you've said. That was in fact the practice throughout the years. But now these elections are becoming common, and therefore the United Nations system is trying to cope with this situation. So guide that we have, the guidance that we have is that when it comes to election, the elections that took place at region level do not matter, because elections have to be conducted formally and according to the rules of procedure of many of the UN processes by the governing body, by the assembly, in our case, by the COP. So that is my response to your first question. What is the other option that you indicated to have? It would be, we are not going far from election, but a little bit different election, which would be, you will be given those who would be participating in the election would be given a blank ballot, and they would be asked to write, to indicate the choice, the two choices that they would want to represent the CEE region in the Bureau. So the other option is a blank ballot, where participants will write the names of the candidates, two candidates. Thank you.
Like to give floor to Russian Federation.
Спасибо, господин председатель.
Thank you, sir. There was no interpretation. I didn't hear that you'd given me the floor. First and foremost, I'd like to thank all the parties to the convention who, during this session, refrained from politicizing our work. And I'd like to explain to all the parties of the convention that our country would like to be heard. Our country would like to exercise its right. It's the right to be elected to the governing bodies, subsidiary bodies of the convention. Currently, in the context of our regional group, we are coming up against discrimination, patent discrimination of EU countries, European countries who are members of our group. And that's why we are asking for a general election to be held. Once again, I'd like to draw your attention, the attention of the Secretariat, to the fact that this is not just about electing representatives of a region to the COP Bureau. It's about electing representatives to the SBS and TBA. We have put forth a candidate, Alexander Chesikov, who, as you know, in this room is highly qualified, and I most sincerely thank you. Once again, let me ask the Secretary to kindly explain the rules of the election. I didn't quite understand the difference between the two options. If I understood correctly, according to practice established in the United Nations, countries will be receiving a ballot. On this ballot, we will have names written in. We write them in secret. These are secret ballots. We put them then in a ballot box. And I'd like to know, then, how do we proceed with the election? How will it work? Thank you.
Yes, Mr. President. Thank you so much. Thank you, the distinguished representative of the Russian Federation. Yes, as you've said, elections shall be conducted according to the rules of procedure through a secret ballot unless decided otherwise. So we can have another straw poll, whether the election or the straw poll should be a secret ballot or should be otherwise. This is also a choice. But to go back, yes, it's going to be a secret ballot unless decided otherwise. All the representatives of parties will take part. We have some ballot that we prepared, piece of papers, and we will call each representative, each country, each party with valid credentials to come and to vote, to cast its vote. We have a box that we have prepared because we have been warned earlier to be prepared for this eventuality. This is a procedure. The Russian Federation, the distinguished delegate of the Russian Federation, but we wish if we can avoid this and we go along with what we have been doing throughout the years. Thank you. Just to add, yes, this is for the Bureau, for the CEE Bureau representatives, what I was saying so far. But for election of a chair of SBSTA, my ruling or my suggestion is different. I will come back to that when Mr. President gets to that agenda item. Now we are at the election of representatives to the Bureau. Thank you.
Delegates, I noticed that in my list, there are several countries, parties, that ask for the floor. But I need to adjourn the meeting, suspend the meeting for the moment. And we need to have some consultation. Thank you.
I just knocked over my bottle. I was happier today than yesterday, actually. I did a bit of walking in my neighborhood.
It was quite nice weather. What was I going to ask? I can't remember.
You remember when you come back. Oh, oh.
David.
We can start?
Yeah. Okay.
So how about Algeria, that doesn't Iran?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go. 好，不然可以开始。
好，尊敬的各位代表。
Distinguished delegates, please take your seat. We can resume our work. Please take your seat. We will resume our work. Distinguished delegate. This issue of electing officers for different offices has become very complicated. We need to find solutions to move forward. May I invite delegates to make proposals that would help us to find a solution, a way out. On this situation. Before giving the floor to delegates, I would like to ask the Secretariat to check the quorum by calling each party that have valid credentials. I'd like you to confirm your presence. Now, I ask the Secretariat to assist me by calling parties.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, in case we go for elections, this information is really important. As Mr. President has said, I will call each party with a valid credential, and that party, we would appreciate if that party is present to show us the flag, and we take the tally here. Thank you. So I would start with Albania. Sorry? Albania, yes. Algeria, Angola, Antigua and Barbuda, Argentina, Armenia, Australia, Austria, Azerbaijan, Bahamas, the Bahamas, Bahrain, Bangladesh, Barbados, Belarus, no. Belgium, Belize, no. Benin, yes. Bhutan, no. Bolivia, but you're counted now. Bosnia and Herzegovina, Botswana, Brazil, Bulgaria, Burkina Faso, Cape Verde, Cambodia, Cameroon, Canada, Chile, China, Colombia, Cook Islands, Costa Rica, Côte d'Ivoire, Croatia, Cyprus, no, Cuba, Czech, Denmark, Dominican Republic, Ecuador, Egypt, thank you, El Salvador, Eritrea, Estonia, Eswatini, Ethiopia, European Union, Fiji, no, Finland, France, Gambia, Georgia, Germany, Ghana, I saw him, Ghana, yes, Greece, okay. Grenada, Guatemala, yes, Guinea-Bissau, Guyana, no, Hungary, yes, Iceland, India, Indonesia, Islamic Republic of Iran, Ireland, Israel, no, no, Italy, no, okay, Jamaica, Japan, Kenya, Kiribati, Kuwait, Kyrgyzstan, Lesotho, thank you, Liberia, thank you, Liechtenstein, thank you, Lithuania, thank you, Luxembourg, thank you, Madagascar, Malawi, yes, Maldives, yes, Malta, thank you, huh? Oh,
Malaysia?
the credential, yeah. Mauritania, yes. Mauritius, yes. Mexico, yes. Micronesia, yes. Monaco, thank you. Mongolia, Morocco, Mozambique, thank you. Namibia, thank you. The Netherlands, thank you. New Zealand, thank you. Nicaragua, thank you. Niger, thank you. Nigeria, okay, thank you. Nui, thank you. North Macedonia, yes. Norway, yes. Oman, thank you. Palau, thank you. Panama, okay. Paraguay, no. Peru, yes. Philippines, thank you. Poland, thank you. Portugal, thank you. Qatar, okay. Republic of Korea, yes. Republic of Moldova, thank you. Romania, yeah, they are not here. Russian Federation, thank you. Rwanda, okay. St. Kitts and Nevis, yeah, we don't have. St. Lucia, yeah, she is gone. Samoa, Serbia, Seychelles, okay. Singapore, yes, thank you. Slovakia, thank you. Slovenia, thank you. Solomon Islands, okay. South Africa, thank you. Spain, thank you. South Sudan, no, they are not here. State of Palestine, thank you. Sudan, thank you. Suriname, thank you. Sweden, thank you. Switzerland, thank you. Syrian Arab Republic, okay. Tajikistan, yes, thank you. Thailand, Timor-Leste, yes, thank you. Togo, Tonga, Trinidad and Tobago, okay. Tunisia, yes. Turkey, thank you. Tuvalu, okay. Uganda, yes, thank you. United Arab Emirates, UAE, United Arab Emirates. United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, thank you. United Republic of Tanzania. Do we see Tanzania?
Yeah.
Yes. Uruguay. Okay. Uzbekistan. Yes. Oh, yes. Thank you. Vanuatu. Vietnam. Yemen. Yemen was pushing the button. Yemen. Zambia. Zimbabwe. Thank you. So we'll tell you the number. may I inform the results, Mr. President? Yeah. So the CBD, the Convention on Biological Diversity, yeah. The Convention on Biological Diversity has 196 parties, and the two-thirds of them should be 131. Yes.
Yeah. Present. It's about present. You're at 153?
Yes.
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 Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Hold on.
you have here.
Yes.
Sorry, 150.
But according to the rules, we need to take the parties who are present, and the parties who are present, the number of parties who are present is 153, and two-thirds of 153 would be 5.
101.
101. Yeah.
Hold on.
No, no, no.
Wait. be able to take decision. The rule says now you read, now we will add those others. Then you can
Yes,
vote.
yes, yeah. Mr. President, yes.
The word is the one on top.
好，尊敬的各位。
Distinguished delegates, let's resume our session. Now, I'd like to invite the Secretariat to give you some review on where we are and some considerations for on the way forward. The floor is yours. Secretariat.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we had made effort to resolve the issues that we are faced this afternoon, this evening, but unfortunately, we do not have the quorum required to take a decision, nor, as you have noticed, the rule which could have allowed us to overcome the present conundrum that we are in. So we are proposing to the President to use its authority to make you a proposal to suspend this meeting. To suspend this meeting and to resume it at a different, at a later stage after making the necessary consultations with all of you, with the regions and parties. The President may also propose the existing members of the Bureau to continue to remain in office until a new Bureau is elected by a decision of a resumed session of these meetings. This is our proposal, and the Executive Secretary may supplement this. And David.
Now I give the floor to the Executive Secretary for any additional remarks.
Distinguished delegates, we will recall that we had a proposal from the delegates to conduct the election of the Bureau members by secret ballot, which is our rule under the Rules of Procedure 49, which says all elections shall be held by secret ballot unless otherwise decided by the conference of the parties. And to be able to do so, then we had to ensure that we, those parties present in the room, we have the quorum needed for that purpose. And the quorum is, we are being guided by Rule 30, which says the President, one, may declare the session of the meeting open and permit the debate to proceed if at least 1/3 of the parties to the convention are present. And it continues, and have any decision taken when representatives of at least 2/3 of the parties present. And that's why we did the roll call voting to determine if we had the quorum to be able to move to the next step to conduct the secret ballot as had been requested. So the fact that the quorum, the number in the quorum from the 196 parties of the convention, the 2/3 required present in the room, could not be fulfilled, clearly then we cannot proceed to the next step of actually conducting the voting. In this regard, that's why then the proposal to the President to suspend this meeting and not to close it, and also to proposing to the President that the current Bureau, which should have finished its work at the end of this COP, be requested to continue until when the COP 15.2 will be closed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
好，谢谢。
I thank you, Madam Mrema. Distinguished delegates, before we suspend the meeting, I invite those who would like to take the floor to speak.
请
The Russian Federation, the delegate of the Russian Federation, please. The floor is yours.
Спасибо, господин председатель.
Thank you, President. So under Article 21(2), no member of the Bureau can be re-elected for a third consecutive mandate. In our group, Albania has been representing our group for 2 mandates already. So if we renew these members of the Bureau, it would be a third mandate. So how can that actually match up with the rules of procedure? Thank you.
Madam Mrema, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. No election then will take place at this conference of the parties. We are only requesting the President to suspend. And if then it's being suspended, then that Bureau, which falls within this COP 15.2, can continue. We are not undertaking election, whether by voting or otherwise.
I thank you, Madam. Now I'd like to give the floor to the representative of the UK.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. President, while the meeting seems to be ending in a way which I think none of us had hoped for and none of us had expected, I cannot let the opportunity pass for the meeting to close without thanking you for the expert leadership that you've shown us over the past 3 weeks. Your team, Mr. President, have been exceptional, quietly helping us to overcome our differences. Your leadership has been, without exception, extremely helpful in guiding us towards adopting a truly transformational and ambitious global biodiversity framework. Mr. President, to you and all your team, on behalf of all the parties, thank you.
That brings us to the end of the deliberation on the relevant agenda items. Now we come to the session where I invite the representatives to deliver their closing remarks. I thank the representative of the UK. Now the floor goes to the representative of Czechia.
Connections. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm speaking now in the name of the Czech Republic as a member of CE Group. Let me to deeply regret that our region and the COP was taken as a hostage of a single party. We could have already celebrated the historic success of Chinese presidency and your decisions if that party was simply able to respect democratic view of vast majority, 17 members of 23 of the region, about candidates. I note that the same party was taking part in the vote within that group and then challenging the result of it. Mr. President, I don't want to end with that words. Allow me once more to thank you, Mr. President, and Chinese presidency for all great work and historic decisions made here in Montreal. Thank you very much.
Now I give the floor to the delegate of Canada.
Thank you, Mr. President. And before beginning, I would like to acknowledge and agree with the remarks by my colleague from the United Kingdom. On behalf of Canada, I would like to acknowledge your strong leadership and that of the Executive Secretary, Marema, and the CBD Secretariat in delivering a successful outcome here in Montreal. I would also be remiss if I did not acknowledge the dedication and perseverance of delegates. For the last 13 days, we have worked together to deliver an ambitious and comprehensive post-2020 global biodiversity framework. Canada is proud to not only have hosted this historic event in Montreal, but also to have played our part in these negotiations and in the adoption in the early hours of today of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. The framework is bigger than any of us. It is a gift that we as parties give to the world. It is a gift that will benefit the world today and far into the future. And for those of us in Canada, it is a gift that our Indigenous partners have long reminded us that it is our obligation to give. The past 2 weeks have been challenging, and I know many of us are tired. So yes, we need to take a moment to savor the victory, catch our breath, but then we must quickly turn our collective attention and efforts to implementation. Without swift and ambitious actions that match the scale of ambition in the framework we have just negotiated, we will only have done half our job. We have an obligation to the entire world to implement the framework in a meaningful way, to harness the momentum from here in Montreal and use it to move ourselves forward. And we are ready to roll up our sleeves and do our part in making sure the vision laid out in the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework becomes a reality, and to advance the many other important decisions adopted here in Montreal. Once again, Mr. President, thank you.
Now I see a very long list of speakers. For the sake of time, I'd like to can I propose that we give the priority to representatives speaking on behalf of a region. We start with the representative of the African region. Please raise your hand because I do not see you in the speakers list, which is too long. The representative of the African region, please raise your hand.
Senegal.
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 Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, President. Mr. President, Africa assures you of our continuing commitment to contribute to our accomplishment. We cannot conclude and finish this without expressing our thanks, especially for your high sense of inclusion, dialogue, tolerance, and endurance, which has enabled us to get through this process successfully. Would also like to thank all of the parties for the grand compromises they've agreed to. To arrive at a strong consensus. We want to thank the People's Republic of China, the Government of Canada, the Secretariat of the CBD for these COP meetings. Thank you.
Next, the floor is given to the Asia-Pacific region, representative of the Asia-Pacific region. Would you please raise your flag to identify yourself? Pakistan, please.
President, Mr. President, Executive Secretary of the CBD, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Pakistan has the honor of delivering this statement on behalf of the Asia-Pacific Group and at this closing session of the 15th meeting of the Conference of Parties. Asia-Pacific would like to thank our host, the People's Republic of China, Canada, and the CBD Secretariat in bringing us all together to discuss the effective implementation of the Convention at all levels and successful negotiation towards Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. It was indeed a landmark moment when the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework was adopted in the early hours of the 19th December 2022. Asia-Pacific also would like to thank all parties and stakeholders for their hard work, commitment, dedication, and most importantly, for their unwavering effort to ensure that the blue, green, and healthy Mother Earth thrives forever with our conserved and restored diverse ecosystems, biodiversity in a nature-positive world. Mr. President, as the region stated during the opening session of this historical COP, regardless of our very divergent views and perspectives, we have pledged for ambitious, balanced, and implementable GBF. After 2 weeks of long discussion, we indeed did make the critical decision, and now we can go home to implement the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework successfully. The group welcomes connectivity, integrity, the nature-based solutions, ecosystem-based approaches as the way forward to provide synergies and contribute to the implementation of the Convention's decision and GBF and other multilateral environmental agreements. We also welcome the exploration of innovative financing that are efficient, effective, and easily accessible, and other financial resource commitments by a variety of funding sources. In our journey to achieve the goals and targets of GBF, we must engage everyone, including governments, subnational governments, cities, people, and businesses. Asia-Pacific region welcomes the outcome of discussion on the DSI during the COP 15. Improvement of the livelihoods of people should be accorded priority. The exciting and challenging journey has begun. It will not be easy, but we have made many friends during COP15 who we can cooperate and collaborate with to help us along with the implementation of our GBF. Finally, we would like to thank delegates, panelists, interpreters, the Secretariat, Canadians, and especially local staff working behind the scenes. We once again acknowledge and appreciate all your tireless efforts in delivering a successful COP15 and wish you good health and safe journey until we meet again. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Pakistan. Now I'd like to give the floor to the CEE region. Would you please raise your flag so that you can identify yourself, the representative of CEE? I see none. Next, the representative of GRULAC. Please identify yourself. Argentina, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to address the plenary on behalf of GRULAC. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for your leadership, and through you, thank you to China, and thanks to Canada for hosting this COP in the beautiful Montreal. Distinguished delegates, dear colleagues, we have finally arrived at the end of our meeting in Montreal. And we have to say, what a journey. These 4 years have probably constituted the most challenging intersessional process that CBD has experienced, at least to our memory. The complex issues under negotiation, the COVID pandemic, the virtual sessions, the organization of 3 additional meetings of the working group, these have been all unprecedented situations. But despite all, dear friends, we finally have the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. We set off in 2018 with the commitment to provide an urgent answer to the loss of nature. And we crafted a package of decisions that provides the most balanced path that we were able to achieve to halt and reverse biodiversity loss. The framework is an ambitious guide to promote the conservation of biodiversity, its sustainable use, and the fair and equitable sharing of benefits arising out of the use of genetic resources. It is a transformative agenda that will contribute to implement the Convention in Latin American and the Caribbean countries, advancing our region towards sustainable development. The full implementation of the decisions on resource mobilization and capacity building and development will be key to ensure that the framework is more than words on a paper. We will need to work hard in the process ahead, including with the early establishment in 2023 of the GBF Trust Fund under the GEF as a quick start solution, and the completion of the full mandate of the resource mobilization decision. GRULAC calls on developed countries to provide new and additional resources from all sources and to deliver on their differentiated responsibilities in this regard, in line with Articles 20 and 21 of the Convention. GRULAC will also be committed to the implementation of and further discussions of the decisions of planning, monitoring, reporting and review, and the finalization of the monitoring framework. The agreement that the benefits from the use of digital sequence information on genetic resources should be shared fairly and equitably is a landmark of COP15. GRULAC will actively engage in the intersessional process in the development of the multilateral mechanism with consideration of other policy options for the sharing of benefits from the use of DSI in a fair and equitable way. Dear colleagues, 18 days ago, we arrived in Montreal. For many days, success seemed far away, and disagreements seemed prevalent. With hard work and an outstanding spirit of compromise and the steer leadership of you, Mr. President, we were able to come together and adopt the Global Biodiversity Framework Package deal. Starting tomorrow, GRULAC will continue to working towards our next COP, defending the spirit of consensus, a strong multilateralism, and inclusive work, characteristics that will ensure the role of the Convention of Biological Diversity as the main global platform for nature and people. Our main task lies ahead of us. We need to give life to the GBF in our countries, in our cities, and in our lives, to halt and reverse biodiversity loss and to live in harmony with nature. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Argentina. Now, I'd like to give the floor to the representative of the European Union.
You can.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, Excellencies, I have the honor to address this plenary on behalf of the European Union and its 27 member states. Let me start by thanking the Chinese presidency for this ambitious final outcome of this conference achieved under your leadership. I would also like to thank all parties for the great spirit of compromise they have shown in the past few days. And I would also like to thank my colleague from the Czech presidency of the Council of the European Union for the great cooperation. As Commissioner Sinkevičius said the other day, nature is our ship, a ship that ensures all people, all societies, all economies and communities can thrive. Our ship was in peril, but we have agreed on a new course with a historic Kunming-Montreal global framework. We are now steering towards a safe harbor within the boundaries of the planet. We now have the charts we need for stronger transformative global action on both biodiversity and climate. Now that we have taken this crucial step forward, our attention must fully focus on implementation, together as a global community, as well as each of us at home. Our work must continue and even intensify. The EU will stay the course, honoring its commitments to nature for 2030 and 2050. President, dear colleagues, today's deal, and let's look at the clock, it's still today that we achieved all of this, is the work of many hands and many minds working many, many months, if not years. Not only at COP15, but also on the COP MOPs of the Cartagena and Nagoya protocols. I extend my heartfelt thanks to everyone involved in the spotlight and to those behind the scenes. We are profoundly indebted to you all. It's a decision of historic proportions. Multilateral negotiations are never easy. It is therefore extremely important that we always try to take the utmost account of every party's views, needs and interests in a spirit of fairness and respect. But the only way to reach a deal is if we all are ready to compromise. And in the last few days, COP15 has managed to rekindle a spirit that the world so badly needs, the spirit of solidarity and cooperation. We have only one boat, and in this boat we are all together. We need to work together, closer than ever. You can count on the European Union and its member states to do so. Thank you, President, and thank you to Canada. Thank you, you gave the steer that the whole world needs. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, EU. Now, I'd like to give the floor to Norway on behalf of Jaskan.
Mr. President, dear colleagues, on behalf of JustCans, I would like to express our sincere thanks to the Presidency, our Canadian host, the co-chairs, and to the Secretariat, and all those working hard behind the scenes, especially the technicians and interpreters. You have our deep gratitude. Mr. President, we wish to congratulate you on your leadership and the successful adoption of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework and broader package outcome. This is something we can all feel proud to have been a part of. After 4 years of negotiations, we have agreed a turning point for nature, committing to halt and reverse biodiversity loss. The world has come together and agreed to act now to protect 30% of land and 30% of the ocean by 2030, to halt human-induced extinction of known threatened species, and to restore 30% of the world's degraded ecosystems. We are pleased to see the strong theme of the importance of respecting the rights and interests of indigenous peoples throughout the framework. We would like to recognize the tireless dedication and willingness of all parties to come together at this important moment for nature. The important thing now will be delivering on our commitments. As we go forward with implementation, we fully understand the need to take into account the diverse views we have heard here in Montreal. JustCan's members are committed to delivering on what we have agreed here on this historic occasion. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Norway. Now, I'd like to give the floor to the Secretariat for a brief draft decision. The Secretariat, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I hope the representatives, the parties gathered here would agree with me that we need to orderly suspend this meeting, and for that purpose we are going to introduce through the presidency a brief decision, a short decision. The Conference of the Parties, I'm going to read it a little faster and then slower, so that you can get what the message here is, the decision here is. The Conference of the Parties serving at the meeting of the parties to the Cartagena Protocol, the Conference of the Parties serving at the meeting of the parties to the Nagoya Protocol, recognizing the need for resolving some issues before the closure of their meetings, or these meetings, recognizing also that the term of the chairs of SBSTA and SBI ends, according to the modus operandi of both subsidiary bodies, at the closure of COP meetings, decide to, 1, suspend the meetings and resume at a later date, 2, request the Bureau to remain in office until a decision is made by the resumed session of the meetings of COP15, COP10 of the Cartagena Protocol, and COP4 of the Nagoya Protocol. And 3, requests also the chairs of SBSTA and SBI to remain in office until the closure of the meetings. Conclusion. It could be a conclusion. It could be a conclusion.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. So what has been read as the President had proposed, that then is the decision the President takes, because we could not take that decision as the COP. Thank you.
好，下面我们请
Next, we give the floor to the representative Palau on behalf of SIDS. I give the floor to Palau.
谢谢 Mr. President. Palau is speaking on behalf of the small island developing states. We have reached the end of this momentous Conference of the Parties to the Convention on Biological Diversity and have emerged successful on the other side of this arduous journey with the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. Mr. President, we would like to take this opportunity to thank you for your excellent stewardship of these meetings, to Madam Executive Secretary and her team for their hard work and commitment, which has provided sterling support during the negotiations over the last 4 years, to parties and other stakeholders for their camaraderie, cooperation, and partnership to allow us to realize this hard-won GBF and related decisions. I would also like to take this opportunity to warmly thank and recognize the staff of the venue, in particular the staff at the coffee stalls, the security staff, and police workers who are as talented snow artists as they are kind and welcoming. Thank you to them. Mr. President, this has been a COP to remember. The term historic is merited, and obviously not just because it is my first one. Over the past 4 years, as an international community, we have faced tremendous challenges and exceptional situations. We can all be proud. We came to this COP with many high hopes and ambitions. Like many around this room, we are disappointed we could not get everything. We wish the GBF had been stronger and more ambitious on ocean and on climate, to name a few. In the past few weeks, we have engaged in rich discussions with other delegations to advocate for the consideration of our special circumstances. We are thankful to all of those who have supported us. We do empathize with all countries who are custodians of rich biodiversity. It is indeed a responsibility that is often costly. We know it very well. In countries like my own, Palau, undertaking any conservation or restoration project is more costly than in larger areas because of the diseconomy of scales. Developing island countries and their major difficulties, particular impediments, major handicaps, and special and pressing problems were included in the UN General Assembly resolutions as early as 1974. But they were first recognized as small island developing states at the 1992 UN Conference on Environment and Development in Rio de Janeiro. In Agenda 21, 179 nations acknowledged that small island developing states are a special case both for environment and development, and are considered extremely vulnerable to global warming and sea level rise. For SIDS, the ocean and coastal environment is of strategic importance and constitutes a valuable development resource. More recently, the Samoa Pathway specifically recognized SIDS, that SIDS remain a special case for sustainable development in view of their unique and particular vulnerabilities, including their small size, remoteness, narrow resource and export base, and exposure to global environmental challenges and external economic shocks, including to a large range of impacts from climate change and potentially more frequent and intense natural disasters. The Samoa Pathway also noted with concern that the outcome of the 5-year review of the Mauritius strategy concluded that SIDS have made less progress than most other groupings, or even regressed in economic terms, especially in terms of poverty reduction and debt sustainability. The Samoa Pathway midterm review was no less concerning. The CBD and the GBF adopted this morning, particularly in Goal D and Target 19, recognize this, and therefore we are grateful. We are pleased with the decisions on the capacity building and development, resource mobilization and planning, monitoring, reporting and review, the monitoring framework, and digital sequence information, which will support the effective implementation of the GBF. Indeed, we look forward to the rapid operationalization of the new Jeff Trust to address issues related to biodiversity, which significantly enhance efforts at the national and regional, sub-regional levels to advance the global biodiversity agenda. In conclusion, Mr. President, we strongly concur with the statement made by the distinguished delegate from Namibia earlier this morning, that this document is an iterative, flexible, and adaptive process, a process in which small island developing states look forward to actively engaging towards the global effort to halt and reverse biodiversity loss. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank you for your statement, and I want to remind you that in the following statements, try to be concise in your statements and control your time. Next, I give the floor to the representative of Cameroon. You have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair, for giving Cameroon the floor. Cameroon would like to thank you and the team for having presided over these meetings. We would also like to thank Canada, the co-host. We would not like to forget the role of the co-chairs who chaired with brio their meetings to arrive at this successful end today. Cameroon celebrates all of the decision put for adoption at this COP-MOP. We have now committed before the eyes of the world to reverse the trend of biodiversity loss. So of 10 years, we have 8 to implement the post-2020 biodiversity framework. It is the responsibility of all those present here, ambassadors of biodiversity within their countries, within their organizations, to see to the commitments made and to go from making speeches to taking action. It is urgent that we implement these actions quickly, and we use the many tools that we have provided for ourselves. The time has come to act effectively, and to reverse this decade of failure with the Aichi targets, and to save the planet through efficient, effective, and transparent work by way of the Kunming-Montreal Biodiversity Framework. This is the commitment that Cameroon is making and has always made. And once again, we would like to reiterate our support and our thanks, Mr. President, and to wish you a happy festive season. Thank you very much.
I thank Cameroon for her statement, and I give the floor to the representative of the Philippines.
Thank you, Mr. President. We commend the COP presidency of China for its steadfast leadership and guidance, the Government of Canada for their excellent hosting of this COP, the CBD Secretariat for their enduring support to the process, and to our fellow delegates and negotiators for the historic document that we have adopted. While aspirations remain on the table, we are proud to have contributed to this process and to be able to offer the world a transformative post-2020 GBF. We accept the framework for what it does and does not achieve, while reaffirming our firm commitment to continue the work to address remaining gaps and to implement and build on hard-earned gains. We're pleased that the framework recognizes the human right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment, as well as the synergies of addressing biodiversity loss and climate change, acknowledges nature-based solutions, and the value of products and services that enhance biodiversity. We credit the Presidency for the inclusive process and for fostering meaningful engagement with IPLCs women, and youth. Numerical values were adopted under critical targets and with appropriate disaggregation of global, terrestrial, inland waters and of coastal and marine areas. We also applaud the explicit inclusion of the SI and the establishment of a global mechanism for benefit sharing for the use of the SI on genetic resources, as well as a commitment to work towards the establishment of a GBF fund. These represent much-needed concrete commitments that we will bring back to our country of more than 7,000 islands and its equally diverse inhabitants. Going forward, as one of the mega-diverse countries in the world, one of the most vulnerable to the adverse effects of climate change, and an environmentally vulnerable country, we will continue to call on the international community to adhere to the core and agreed principle in the Rio Declaration on equity and common but differentiated responsibilities. We are proud of this post-2020 GBF that we all grew from the seed of the outcomes of the Aichi targets 2 years ago. We are eager to bring along all Filipinos into this grand project of living in harmony with nature by 2030. Thank you again very much for all your work, Mr. President.
I thank you for your statement. And next, I give the floor to the representative of Brazil.
Thank you, Mr. President. To begin with, please allow me to heartily congratulate you for the great leadership you have shown in steering us through this process. We have come a very long way over the last 4 years. We all know that these have been complex and very difficult negotiations, and we're very happy that together we have been able to meet this challenge under your guidance. We would also like to applaud the adoption of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. This is surely a crucial step in halting and reversing the loss of biodiversity. The GBF, together with the 2030 Agenda and the SDGs, provide us with the robust roadmap to address the needs of the people most dependent on biodiversity for their livelihoods. We appreciate the fact that the GBF acknowledges the role, in particular, of indigenous peoples as custodians of biodiversity in our common endeavor to conserve and sustainably manage it. The landmark decision on DSI paves the way for strengthening the overlooked third pillar of the Convention, and also has the potential to significantly contribute to the implementation of the GBF. Brazil is home to a very significant percentage of the world's biodiversity, and we are firmly committed to the implementation of this very important convention. We are honored to announce that Brazil will be chairing the group of like-minded mega-diverse countries in the next intersessional period. We are humbled by the trust and confidence placed in us and look forward to working together with the other members of the group to implement the GBF in cooperation with other parties. As an example of this engagement with other mega-diverse countries, Brazil, the Democratic Republic of Congo, and Indonesia recently established a strategic partnership on tropical forests. We are custodians of the 3 largest rainforests in the world and have agreed to coordinate an international environment fora and work together on an ambitious cooperative agenda. This is an example of South-South cooperation that can significantly contribute to achieving the goals and targets of the GBF. Together, we will work towards the full implementation of the CBD, including the establishment of a dedicated financial mechanism under the authority of the COP to support developing countries. Brazil will also continue to cooperate with our neighbors in the Amazon, including through the Amazon Cooperation Treaty Organization, a crucial cornerstone of regional integration in the Amazon. 30 years ago, when Brazil hosted the UN Conference on Environment and Development, developing and developed countries worked together to craft the concept of sustainable development and the Rio Declaration, whose principles remain the bedrock of international environmental law and should continue to guide its further development. Our negotiations here in Montreal have demonstrated that the only effective way to protect biodiversity is through international cooperation. We must urgently recover the spirit of solidarity that guided us towards the adoption of the CBD in Rio de Janeiro 30 years ago. Let us honor the legacy of 1992 and move forward now together in the implementation of the GBF. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
I thank you so much. I now give the floor to the representative of Indonesia.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Indonesia highly commends your presidency, Mr. President. We also would like to commend the Secretariat for the tireless efforts in finalizing the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, as well as the Government of Canada and the Province of Quebec for their great hospitality throughout our stay here in this beautiful and historic city of Montreal. Kudos to all of us that now we have a final document to move forward. This framework is workable to accelerate our work to halt and reverse the biodiversity loss. The improvements made in the final document that has already been adopted should be welcomed. It clarifies that goals and targets under the framework are global in nature. Global targets and goals that in particular provide the necessary flexibility for the developing countries in implementing these goals, these global goals and targets based on the principles of common but differentiated responsibilities, recognizing their national circumstances, priorities, and capabilities. In this regard, we thank Brazil and India for our close collaboration to advocate the wide range of common interests of like-minded countries during this COP15. A clear South-South cooperation that will strengthen the interests of developing countries. Indonesia also welcomes the statement made by Her Excellency Madam Eve Bazaiba, the Minister of Environment of the Democratic Republic of Congo, early this afternoon. As three mega-diverse countries, Brazil, Indonesia, and the DRC, we have made a strong alliance in biodiversity and are deeply committed to continuing to strengthen our strategic cooperation in protecting the environment. For its part, Indonesia will continue leading by example in implementing our national strategy and action plans for biodiversity protection. And we will contribute to achieve the global goals and targets of this framework based on our national priorities and capabilities. Finally, we wish all delegates and participants of this COP15 a safe trip back home, and happy holidays. I thank you. 谢谢, Mr. President.
Thank you. Now, I give the floor to the delegate of the Russian Federation.
Спасибо, господин председатель.
Thank you, President. During this session, we've seen how one part of Central and Eastern Europe, and who's part of a regional group, has launched unfounded accusations against a party to convention. So by right of reply, I'd like to recall to this country that in the presence of the Secretary, the Russian delegation has declared that it is against this type of vote. And we have pointed out to the parties that any delegations that have voted in this way have not presented effective power, but as usual, a group of countries representing one region preferred to ignore, sweep aside our comments. The Russian Federation had asked for a vote 5 hours ago, and we're discouraged that the Secretariat was not able to organize this election. President, the Russian Federation sincerely wants to thank the People's Republic of China, who has presided over this session. Your efforts to organize this session, which has not been a simple one, is very noteworthy, and thanks to the Chinese presidents, we've had this unique opportunity to discuss how we can live in harmony with nature and exchange points of view on our priorities and define the goals and arrangements as to how we will actually cooperate on biodiversity matters. Thank you.
I thank you for your statement. Now, I'd like to give the floor to the representative of Georgia, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. So, first of all, I would like to join the statement of the Czech Republic, which is an integral part of our region as other countries as well. But at the same time, I would like, of course, to join others as well, to thank you as our host country, thank the Canadian government for their such a warm welcome and hosting us in this beautiful country and the city. Also, as being a colleague under the open-ended working group, I would like to express my gratitude to the staff of the Secretariat who assisted us, because without their support, spending all nights without sleep, it would be really impossible to achieve anything here. Of course, I would like to thank everyone who contributed to this process, my colleagues from the Bureau, and I think now we have a next stage where we adopted the GBF yesterday, but from tomorrow we have to start a new page, and we have only a few years to achieve those goals and targets. And now it's really time to join our efforts and start working on it to implement, so that by 2030 we achieve what we desire. Thank you very much.
I thank you for your statement. Now, I'd like to give the floor to the representative of Gabon.
Excellences, Monsieur le Président.
Your Excellency, President of COP15, Madam Secretary to the Convention on Biological Diversity, dear colleagues, distinguished guests, Gabon agrees with the statement that was made by Senegal and would like to thank the Democratic Republic of Congo for its statement. Also, we'd also like to thank Canada, Quebec, and the population of Montreal for their warm welcome that they extended to us. President, congratulations. Congratulations to you and all of us for the incredible work that has been achieved over the last 4 years. We have just adopted one of the most important multilateral instruments for the environment. Dear colleagues, our new agreement confirms and shows the whole world that biodiversity is important for life on Earth, for our economies, for our people, and also for future generations to come. The GBF essentially recognizes decades of environmental issues that we need to resolve, and it draws up a plan in order to do this, so that we now have a plan to build a better future. And it's built on, or let us build on this momentum from the Kunming-Montreal GBF to mobilize all of society and change the paradigms in our countries and create the right environment so that we can mainstream biodiversity into all sectors of our society.
Part of our work, and we commend you for your leadership. But we also heard a strong call for rapid and effective action and ever-increasing ambition from parties, civil society, and business alike. This is why we invite you to continue to work with all of us to strengthen our understanding of this global framework and to guide us in its implementation. Let's not lose any more time. We need to implement it immediately, together. My country, Gabon, is fully committed to take all efforts possible from now until 2030 to ensure a healthy environment for our people and the people of the world. We thank all parties here for your collaboration, solidarity, and ambition for our planet. Wish you all safe travels home and our very best wishes for a happy, healthy, and productive 2023 to you and your families. And thank you.
I thank you for your statement. Now, I give the floor to the representative of Tajikistan.
Thank you, Mr. President, Excellencies. I'm speaking on behalf of Central Asian countries presented in the COP15, especially Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, and Uzbekistan. We would like to thank you and your dedicated team, as well as the Government of Canada, Secretariat of the Convention, co-chairs of the Open-Ended Working Group, SABSTA and SPI chairs, and co-leads of contact groups for the hard work that has been done during the past 4 years and during the current COP months. And express our congratulations for the incredible job with the development and acceptance of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. As it has been stated by one of our colleagues in the social medias early this morning, 4 years of negotiations ended up with an outcome where everyone got something but no one everything. Therefore, we emphasize that the implementation of the GBF requires resource mobilization and the strong support from international resources in a fair, equitable, and easy accessible manner to all parties. For countries like ours in the Central Asian region with economies in transition, with few delegates, usually it is a struggle to be in all negotiations and support the position of our countries. Nevertheless, it is made more complicated. Emphasizing the statement of one of the parties stated earlier today, we would express our concern on visa issues. We propose the Secretariat and hosting countries of COPs and other convention-related initiatives to take into account of facilitating the visa process for eligible participants. Another issue that I wanted to raise on behalf of Central Asian countries presented in the COP, especially Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, and Uzbekistan, is the group composition and belonging of Central Asian countries to Central Eastern Europe region. For the past 30 years, Central Asian countries have been elected to convention bodies and were representing the CEE region in all convention events, including Substa Bureau and COPMOP bureaus. In order to make this issue clear and for the purpose of convention and its protocols, almost all Central Asian countries, taking into account the close relationship with the other CEE region countries, especially common language, expressed their will in a written form to the Secretariat of a Convention to remain the part of CEE region. Because of this, we would kindly ask the Secretariat to take the needed action on making this issue clear and further amendment of the list of CEE countries in the official website of Convention with the inclusion of Central Asian countries. Thank you, Mr. President, and happy upcoming holidays and safe journey to all of us. Thank you.
I thank you for your statement. Now I give the floor to the representative of Uganda.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, we applaud you on your leadership. Uganda is in support of the statement delivered by Senegal, speaking on behalf of Africa. While we retain the position that we stated earlier this morning about the procedure that was used to adopt the package of 6 COP documents, Uganda wishes to reassure you of our commitment and willingness to work with your presidency and all the parties to implement the convention, and more specifically, the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. It's not perfect, but we are happy to work with what we have. Mr. President, we remain open and ready to play our role in the spirit of multilateralism and collaboration, and look forward to successful delivery of the various elements of the framework. We support the statement made earlier this afternoon by the Honorable Minister of Environment and Sustainable Development, Democratic Republic of Congo, regarding the need to ensure that the necessary funding is commensurate with the level of ambition of the GBF, and that is addressed as soon as possible. Uganda wishes you a very successful presidency. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank you for your statement. Now I give the floor to the delegate of Switzerland.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will submit the full statement and deliver only a shortened one. Let me first thank you and your team again for the tremendous efforts which you have undertaken. With your leadership, that has brought us together, and with your leadership, you have won our admiration. With a friendly manner, how you have chaired today's meeting, you have won our heart. Over the last 4 years, we all have worked hard for the perfect outcome. Now is a moment to be proud of the very good outcome that we were able to achieve together. Mr. President, implementation requires resources, domestic and international, public and private. Switzerland takes the view that all parties with the capacity to do so should support those who need support. Following its long-standing tradition, Switzerland will maintain and continue its support for developing countries that need support to implement ambitious biodiversity policies and projects and programs to fully achieve the goals and targets of the GBF. Even though we are at this moment not in a position to commit to a significant increase of our public finance in short term, given our internal planning processes, I can assure you that Switzerland will continue and strengthen its cooperation with our partners. National engagement, complemented with close cooperation, will be the seed for the success of the Global Biodiversity Framework. Mr. President, Switzerland has expressed its concern that the new ODA-focused fund will not lead to more ODA and that it is not attractive for private sources. Switzerland is not convinced of the added value of the new fund, and it will therefore not divide its support into different channels and not contribute to this new fund unless we have certainty that our contributions would trigger additional funding from private sources that is complementary to existing funds and that is innovative in terms of access and instruments. We would like to record that this is recorded in the report. Mr. President, dear colleagues, the GBF adopted yesterday includes important targets and is a strong signal not only to the whole world, most importantly, it is a strong signal towards each of us. But let us be aware, its success will not depend on the others, but on each of us. We will succeed only if each of us engages in the most ambitious manner in the implementation of this framework. Ambitious implementation will overcome any shortcomings that might exist. Mr. President, dear colleagues and friends, the adoption of this framework brings us together. Switzerland is glad and proud to be part of that important moment. Switzerland is ready to support the package and ready to fully engage also in its implementation. Let me thank you, Mr. President, and your team again for your leadership and the hard work. And let me also say that suspending the meeting has one advantage. It means that we will see you soon again. Thank you very much.
I thank you for your statement. Now I give the floor to the representative of Peru. Apologies. If the representative is still not ready to take the floor, I give the floor to the representative of Pakistan. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Executive Secretary of the CBD, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Pakistan would like to thank the Government of People's Republic of China and the Government of Canada for successfully co-hosting the COP15. Building consensus on a subject as complex as biological diversity is no easy task. So we congratulate the co-host, the CBC Secretariat, and also the parties, the IPLCs, and all the groups for their hard work. In the spirit of Kunming Declaration, Pakistan is set to launch its biggest environmental initiative centered on the revival of the largest river system in Pakistan. Living in this initiative will support nature-based resilience in agriculture, ecosystem services, aquifer recharge, pollution control, and community-based nature conservation. Coincidentally, these are also the areas that are covered under specific targets of current biodiversity framework. Pakistan is committed to fulfilling the obligations under the framework. However, we urge that raising ambition be seen in context of nation circumstances and development priorities of developing countries. Agriculture, being the backbone of Pakistan's economy, sustains the livelihoods and food security of millions of people. Pakistan supports a progressive phasing out of environmentally harmful subsidies and the gradual reduction of highly hazardous chemicals and pesticides in the agriculture sector. However, these must be conditional to access to adequate finances required for technological transformations and sectoral reforms. Regarding DSI, Pakistan supports a hybrid approach involving both bilateral and multilateral sharing of benefits arising from digital sequencing of genetic resources. While Pakistan is already on the path to nature-positive development, it does recognize that domestic resources are not sufficient to enable developing countries to bring about transformative change. Pakistan welcomes China's contribution of $230 million towards the Kunming Biodiversity Fund and appreciates the Government of Canada's pledge to provide $350 million in international biodiversity funding. Pakistan strongly urges other developed countries and international financial institutions to raise additional adequate and reliable funding to enable developing countries to achieve the highly ambitious goals and targets of the framework. Pakistan further reiterates that efforts are to be scaled up to address developing countries' needs for capacity building, technology transfer, and access to resources to ensure that we can collectively address the triple planetary crisis of biodiversity loss, pollution, and climate change. We appeal to all the parties to do their utmost to implement the Kunming-Montreal Biodiversity Framework. For this has to be the decisive decade for redirecting and repurposing development for a nature-positive world. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you for your statement. Next, the representative of Costa Rica, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm delivering the statement on behalf of Costa Rica, France, and the United Kingdom as the High Ambition Coalition for Nature and People co-chairs. We would like to commend your leadership, Mr. President. Also, we wish to thank our host, Canada, the Secretariat, the co-chairs, and of course, the interpreters. We want to thank all parties and stakeholders for their tireless work for the last 4 years, especially the last 2 years, and even more so the last 2 days. We celebrate the inclusion of a historic target to protect or conserve at least 30% of terrestrial inland water and of coastal and marine areas by 2030 in the United Nations Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. We would like to take this opportunity to thank the 116 members of the High Ambition Coalition, the ministers, the technical teams that we have been involved in keeping the political momentum on ecosystem protection and making 30 by 30 a reality. Also, we would like to thank the International Indigenous Forum on Biodiversity, IIFB, for their collaboration throughout the last 2 years. It has been said yesterday and today, this is not the end. It is only the beginning. This is why the coalition is ready to start its new phase to ensure the implementation of this crucial global goal. We are ready to work together on the effective implementation of the protection of at least 30% of the planet's land and ocean by 2030. The coalition will continue its collaboration with the Global Ocean Alliance, and also the HAC will strengthen its partnership with IPLC representatives, recognizing the crucial role that they play in safeguarding nature and the importance of ensuring that protected and conserved areas align with human rights and well-being of people and biodiversity. Mr. President, we leave this negotiation determined to deliver our part to halt and reverse biodiversity loss by 2030. We are grateful for the leadership of the COP presidency, our host Canada, and all of the parties of the Convention on Biological Diversity who made this historic agreement possible. Happy holidays, everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your statement. Next is the representative of Norway. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. We would like to thank China for the tremendous effort put down, and to Canada for its hospitality, and the Secretariat for its hard work. Mr. President, to put emphasis on the importance of the ocean issues in the CBD, we refer to the statement on the importance of protecting and conserving marine and coastal biodiversity, led by Australia and Norway on behalf of 37 countries. You can find the statement on the statement page. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you. Next, the representative of the State of Palestine. Please, you have the floor.
شكرا سيد الرئيس.
Thank you, Mr. President. At the conclusion of the scope,
allow me to extend our deep thanks and appreciation to the exceptional, constructive, and wise leadership of the People's Republic of China, which you are representing with your team. I also thank the Canadian government and the CBD Secretariat, as well as the Executive Secretariat, for their relentless efforts to ensure the success of this conference in order to adopt a global biodiversity framework for post-2020. We also highly appreciate the works of the different working groups which have worked for years, leading us to this final outcome, to these final decisions, which are very balanced in terms of ambition to ensure the highest level of protection of biodiversity and the balance with the responsibilities to achieve this ambition and to achieve the the targets of Kunming. We look forward with high hopes to shouldering our responsibilities in implementing the Montreal Kunming Global Biodiversity Framework, as well as the Strategic Plan 2020-2030. And we hope that that the continuing prevention of Palestine from practicing its right will not prevent us from achieving our national aspirations in conserving biodiversity in Palestine. Thank you, Mr. President, and I wish you and all the participants great holidays and a safe return.
Thank you for your statement. Next, the floor to the representative of Ethiopia, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ethiopia would like to take this opportunity to express its gratitude to Mr. President and the government of China for your guidance and leadership. Ethiopia also expressed its gratitude to the government of Canada for the successful co-hosting of this COP and supporting efforts to reach a consensus. Ethiopia supports the statement of the African region presented earlier by the Senegal delegates. Mr. President, Ethiopia supports the decision taken by COP15 and will continue to work closely with parties, stakeholders, and Secretariat to address its implementation. I also take this opportunity to announce that Ethiopia, after leading the like-minded megadiversity countries group for 4 years, is now handing over this responsibility to Brazil and wishes a successful leadership for the coming years. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you for your statement. Next, the floor to the representative of Egypt. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me congratulate you for your leadership and extend our congrats to the government of Canada and the people of Montreal for their warm hospitality and their excellent organization of the conference. As we approach the suspension of our COP15, where we are establishing a milestone towards combating biodiversity degradation by adopting the Kunming-Montreal Biodiversity Framework, we believe that this constructive ambiguity in some parts of the package will carry challenges and opportunities in the same time. This will help in further advancing our work towards the implementation of fair and equitable deal to be implemented, and will ensure parties' willingness to meet their ambitious targets in the global biodiversity framework. To this end, sufficient and adequate finance resources are required to meet these goals. Mr. President, we are quite convinced that the multilateral process is difficult to pursue everything, but what we had achieved here hopefully will pave the way to help the developing countries, especially in Africa, to meet the new targets by establishing a dedicated fund for biodiversity in the short term. This will help developing countries in attaining the 3 objectives of the Convention and fulfilling their obligations toward the GPF. On the DSI, we share the same concerns of some developed parties expressed in regard of the importance of that process that not should jeopardize the research and development. But in the same time, we have to work together to find the most suitable mechanism to best operationalize resources through a separate fund dedicated for the DSI. Egypt will work hard with other parties within the Advisory Committee on Resource Mobilization to create as well a dedicated financing mechanism for the CBD under the authority of the COP. Let me, before I conclude, to thank you again for your leadership, and I wish you all Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays and safe trip back home. Thank you again, Mr. President.
Next, thank you. And next, the representative of Japan. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the co-president and the host country, Government of Canada, for leading us to the successful agreement of GBF. I cannot forget to thank the co-chairs and the facilitators, Executive Secretary of CBD and all staff members, as well as the people of Quebec and Montreal, for supporting this conference. Our collective efforts have borne fruit as the historic agreement of the new Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. Japan welcomes this ambitious framework as the roadmap towards the 2050 vision for biodiversity, living in harmony with nature. Japan has already stepped into the implementation phase. Under our 30 by 30 roadmap, we already started making concrete effort toward the achievement of the iconic 30 by 30 target. Moreover, we are actively working on the transition strategy toward nature-positive economy. We will also steadily provide necessary support to the developing countries for the implementation of the framework. We expect that various possibilities and options will be explored in the upcoming discussion on the global mechanism for DSI in an open and inclusive manner, so that we can build a practical mechanism to be applied depending on national circumstances. The time has come to hand over the baton from GI targets to the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. Alongside the COP, Japan has just took over the G7 presidency from Germany. Japan also, as the G7 presidency, is determined to lead the prompt and steady implementation of the new framework. Now is the time to work together. Let's make all our efforts for present and future generations. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you for your statement. Next, we'll have number 179, subnational and local authorities. The floor is yours.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Madame.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Distinguished delegates, it's my pleasure to address you on behalf of local and subnational governments coordinated by ICLEI Regions 4 and the Government of Quebec. Honorable Chair, we want to thank you for your leadership. Let me also extend a special thank you to the Canadian delegation and Minister Guilbeault for the spirit of collaboration that has guided our joint efforts to make this COP a great event. I would also like to acknowledge the hard work of the co-chairs and all the delegates who have worked together to create this much hoped for Montreal moment. I will be brief because we will have many other opportunities to discuss this COP15 that just doesn't seem to want to end, and its implementation. Today, dear parties, I just want to thank you warmly for the place given to subnational and local governments within the Kunming-Montreal Global Framework. Dear delegates, you can return back to your homes with a sense of duty accomplished. So we shouldn't let certain diplomatic tactics diminish the efforts and the strength of ambition. You have marked history by your determination, and you have created a unique and desirable goal to reconcile humanity with nature. And this is what we should all have done tonight. But keep in mind that nothing will prevent us from completing this work. We must now do everything to implement this effectively, rapidly, and in keeping with our ambitions and those of the public. We want to make come true the dream for the younger generation. Have a safe trip home. And once again, thank you, President.
Thank you for your statement. Next is the youth representative number 447. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. I'm speaking on behalf of the Global Youth Biodiversity Network. We want to express our appreciation to everyone, the Secretariat, our allies, and partners for your support, your encouragement, and your generous patience as we navigated through this complex process. Let us start by acknowledging our victories. We would like to thank all the parties who have listened and supported to our collective calls for a just and right-based post-2020 global biodiversity framework through these 4 years. We stand firm in our assertion that each decision made with us and each decision that heeds the call of those whose lives are interwoven with biodiversity brings us closer towards the right direction. We celebrate the much-needed recognition of the rights of indigenous peoples and local communities, women and youth to inclusive participation and access to justice and information, a huge milestone for international biodiversity policy. We applaud the strong and long overdue call for the protection of environmental defenders. We stand beside the indigenous peoples and local communities to continue to steadily guide us toward reconciliation. And we should be proud that this framework has taken a significant step for the future generation in its recognition of intergenerational equity. We will step out of this meeting knowing that our efforts have made a difference. However, dear delegates, this is a framework that will only be successful with everyone supporting it. We are saddened by the glaring lack of true commitment to bridge the financial gap to adequately provide means of implementation for developing countries. For us, this is a statement of the lack of intention to truly hold and reverse the biodiversity loss, accept historical responsibilities, and pay the colonial and intergenerational debt. A truly transformative change responds to the responsibilities of the ones who perpetuated systems of colonization and oppression, because this is a matter of socio-ecological justice. We will continue to push, to voice, to act, guided by our values of inclusion, justice, and empowerment of the grassroots. There is much more work to do, and we want you to do it with us. Please don't disappoint yet another generation. Finally, the most of all, we thank our global youth community whose participation, efforts, sacrifices, and energy poured into this process was always based in the pure aspiration for a better, dignified future for all and leaving no one behind. After some rest, we will be more ready to kickstart implementation as key partners. As Chief Oren Lyons puts it, in these times, humanity must work together, not just for survival, but for quality of life based on universal values that protect the delicate interrelatedness of life that protects us all. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank you for your statement, and now I give the floor to the representative of women, number 452.
My name is Alejandra from Peru, speaking on behalf of the UN CBD Women's Caucus. Today, we are making history. For the first time, our Rio Convention adopts a standalone target on gender equality, which in parallel has a strong gender plan of action to support its effective implementation at national and local level. We want to acknowledge to all our champions, without you, this could not be possible. In 1905, Beyond Roqueia wrote a dream about a world driven by equality, respect, and justice. More than 100 years have passed, and we still stand here demanding it. But we don't have to wait any longer. The global crisis that we as humanity are facing don't permit us. We urgently need a systemic change. Therefore, let's talk about uncomfortable. We have spent the last 2 weeks discussing how to conserve the remaining biodiversity that survives our economic models and the power imbalances within societies. In this regard, if we are serious about living in harmony with nature by 2050, the Women's Caucus considers it non-negotiable to raise the bar of coherence and synergies. There should be clear and strong political willingness to hold biodiversity laws while achieving other environmental and human rights international obligations. For that, gender-responsive resource mobilization is crucial, not only for GBF implementation, but also for all COP15 decisions. In this line, we do not agree to include biodiversity offsets and credits, because they are false solutions with serious long-term consequences. Secure financial support for women in 2 ways. Allocate specific and sufficient funding for the implementation of the gender plan of action, as well as ensures women direct access to resources. The mechanisms should be defined so that parties respond to their decisions and impacts on biodiversity, either directly or through their failure to regulate what happens within their jurisdiction, or both, if either is provoked by their citizens. As Beyond Roqueia imagined 100 years ago, I want all of us to consider whether we will be truly living in harmony with nature in 2050. Please, take a second to answer yourself honestly. We at the Women Caucus firmly believe that it's possible. It will be possible if, as soon as we cross these doors, the values of love, care, nurture, and co-responsibility among countries and people guide our thinking and action, regardless of where we are, what we do, or who we are. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you for your statement. And next, I give the floor to the representative of IPLCS, number 109.
Thank you, Mr. Co-President. I'm speaking on behalf of the International Indigenous Forum on Biodiversity. For 20 days, we have been meeting in Montreal, traditionally known as Go-Joge, the traditional territory of Kanahoke-Geha Nation, which has been welcoming us with cold, sunny, rainy, and snowy weather. The International Indigenous Forum on Biodiversity celebrates the timely recognition of indigenous peoples and local communities' contributions, roles, rights, and responsibilities to Mother Earth in the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. The urgency of the environmental crisis doesn't end with the signing of the GBF. We must work quickly and efficiently for its implementation. From the depth of our territories, our ancestors and authorities are urging serious actions to protect our Mother Earth and all life together with us. The post-2020 GBF recognizes the integrity and distinct nature of the lands, territories, and resources of IPLC, and our full and equitable participation in decision-making towards its implementation. IFB will be your partners in applying the adapted monitoring and reporting framework through community-based monitoring. robust indicators for monitoring the contribution of indigenous peoples and local communities will provide a fuller picture of the post-2020 GVF implementation, also applying indigenous concepts and local languages. We have spoken and you have heard us. Let us now put those words into action. Recognizing our efforts also means increased direct access to financial resources for all IPLC in the 7 sociocultural regions, inclusive of all landscape and seascapes, less bureaucratic financial mechanisms, and inclusion in the GVF governance committee to better design and implement the grants. Indigenous and local communities women welcome the adoption of Target 23 and the Gender Plan of Action. Its implementation will be enriched by the Inter-American Belém do Pará Declaration, the report of the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Indigenous People on Indigenous Women, and the recent CEDAW General Recommendation 39 on the Rights of Indigenous Women and Girls. Regarding the 12th meeting of the Article 8J and related provisions, we hope that the necessary resources will be made available to ensure broad participation of indigenous peoples and local communities, to consider new work program and institutional arrangement to take our work forward. A face-to-face meeting of an ATEG to provide advice on a new program will be crucial and must be promptly convened, including preparatory meeting by IPLC. We give thanks to all our financial partners, particularly to contributors to the voluntary fund for our participation at COP15. We also give a special thanks to our indigenous brothers and sisters in Canada, the Chinese government presidency, the government of Canada for hosting us, and all the parties who worked tirelessly with us for the adoption of a strong and transformative biodiversity strategy. Happy holidays, everyone. Have a safe travel back home. Thank you, Mr. Co-President.
I thank you. Now I give the floor to the representative of NGOs 153. After that, I will close the list of speakers. I give the floor to the NGOs.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Deva Lingam, and I am from Sahabat Alam, Malaysia, and I'm speaking on behalf of the CBD Alliance. We regret the process by which the package was adopted early this morning. It was unjust and unfair. Decisions in this COP are adopted by consensus, and we did not see consensus. Much more effort could have been made to arrive at consensus. Mr. President, we welcome targets 22 and 23 on rights, participation, and gender, and will closely monitor their implementation. We also welcome language on the clear respect for the rights of indigenous peoples and local communities. But we remain concerned that the global biodiversity framework does not address root causes of biodiversity loss, and worse, systematically incorporates injustices. This could undermine these targets. The cause of the biodiversity crisis is a system that places corporate profit and power over people and nature and allows corporate interests to influence the outcomes. Our governments have regrettably ceded their responsibilities to regulate the private business and finance sector, only encouraging and enabling business to report and to label products, moving responsibility to consumers. These will not change the actual impact on biodiversity. There are no accountability measures or responsibility for damage done. The interests of big agribusiness and the biotechnology industry have also permeated the GBF, with innovation as a mantra for techno-fix approaches. There are no horizon scanning mechanisms to help ensure future technologies will not be damaging to biodiversity or people. Precaution has been sidelined. Moreover, governments have invited corporate interests in allowing developed country parties to escape from their legally binding obligations to provide new and additional financial resources by replacing it with private finance, blended finance, and innovative financial schemes, including market-based mechanisms such as biodiversity offsets and credits. The embrace of offsetting approaches, including nature-based solutions, will not halt environmental damage and ecosystem loss. The promise to compensate for biodiversity loss by protecting similar ecosystems elsewhere justifies continued biodiversity loss and allows business as usual, causing human rights violations and other injustices. Equity is subverted in this framework. The financial amounts on the table are hugely insufficient and do not acknowledge the ecological debt that the developed world owes to the poor. The proposed trust fund to be established under the GEF means that all of the current problems will continue and even worsen. Whatever entity is eventually designated as the Global Biodiversity Fund should not allow the private sector and philanthropic foundations to become a part of the governance structure, allowing for unfettered influence of unaccountable entities. This framework will not deliver substantive transformational change, therefore it is not ambitious. We cannot solve the biodiversity crisis using the same system that caused it. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank you for your statement. Now I have the pleasure of inviting the Executive Secretary, Ms. Anderson. I give her the floor.
Thank you very much, and I'm very aware that it's late, but it's a great honor to speak here. And let me say that whilst this has been a complex journey, with surprising and complex twists and turns, we have arrived at a critical milestone and a critical and important destination. I'm therefore doubly honored to be addressing you at this moment, because in spite of the complexity, we must all pause and take in the vision of the achievement that you have made for nature. Allow me to begin by expressing my deep, deep gratitude to you, Mr. President, Minister Hwang Rong-hyu, for your leadership as COP President, but also through you to the government and the people of China. This has been a complex and long journey, but the steadfast determination of the Chinese presidency has brought us here to what the UN Secretary General called this morning the beginnings of a peace pact with nature. He said this in his statement to the media this morning. And my deep thanks also to Canada's Minister Stephen Guilbeault, and through him indeed, to the people and government of Canada, and most of all to the people of Montreal, of course, who allowed us to come here and cause jams and queues. But let us thank also Canada, because they are the host of the Convention on Biological Diversity Secretariat. I'm very grateful. My deep thanks also to you, all delegates. You have carried resolutely your commitment to environmental multilateralism over these last 4 years, navigating the global pandemic, navigating virtual negotiating spaces, navigating differences in opinion, and so much more, including stepping out of your way to help others overcome challenges. You have sought to find common ground for nature, and I today salute you for what you have achieved. And of course, let me also salute the absolutely outstanding leadership of my friend and colleague, the Executive Secretary of the CBD, Elizabeth Maruma-Rema, and her absolutely terrific team. Elizabeth and the team CBD, you've traveled this long journey with the presidency and the hosts with unrelenting determination to demonstrate, really demonstrate, that multilateralism for nature is critical to tackling the challenges that humanity faces. You have my deep admiration and my deep gratitude. And to civil society, to indigenous peoples and local communities, to the many young people and beyond, to the private sector, as 2030 draws near, this deal will form a critical and essential underpinning as we embark on this final stretch to reach for the Sustainable Development Goals. So let it be said that from Sharm el-Sheikh in 2014 to Kunming in 2021 to Montreal in 2022, you've kept the pressure up, you've kept your commitment going to deliver what is a truly transformational deal for people and planet. As we close and come to our end of our deliberations here, we are committed to a whole-of-society approach for nature and the biodiversity agendas. And I want to assure you that the entire United Nations stand ready to support you in the rapid implementation of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. But we all know that this is just the first step today. So let us pause for 1 second to embrace history that we have made here in Montreal. And let us now get down to business of delivering on this framework for people and for the planet. Thank you.
I thank you, Ms. Anderson, for your statement. I'm very glad to invite Ms. Elizabeth Remmer, Executive Secretary of CBD. I give you the floor.
Mr. President, I will prefer to stand. Is this on? Good morning. It's no longer good night. I've stood here because in Africa, when you want to say proper thank you, whether to a child, an adult, we don't sit down, we stand. And with that culture, with many Africans in front of me, I obey. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, colleagues, friends, stakeholders. 4 years ago, in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt, we started our journey, a journey to the future. After 4 long years of challenges and hard work carried out during the global pandemic, using the technology of virtual meetings to ensure our ongoing negotiations continued uninterrupted, we have reached the peak of the latest hill of this part of the journey. Today, in Georgia or Montreal, we make history. It started in Kunming, China last year, and now COP15 concludes here in Montreal, Canada, with Kunming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. Let me look out at each and every one of you and extend my warmest thanks and congratulations. And I have to say again that presence of remarkable number of participants representing a diverse range of stakeholders, including many who have not traditionally participated in our convention processes, signals the world's commitment to biodiversity and change. To you and them all, I thank you. I want to start by thanking all the unsung heroes behind the scenes, staff of the Palais des Congrès, translators, interpreters, room attendants, catering teams, audio, technical support, security, Tourism Montreal, and many volunteers at the venue and outside, as well as throughout the city of Montreal for facilitating our work, accommodation, transport, safety, and many other activities during this meeting. The world came to your doorsteps, and you welcomed us with warm arms. My deepest appreciation to our co-president, Minister Huang Wenchun, and through you, the entire government as well as the people of China. Your leadership throughout this process has been inspiring, and I look forward to your continued leadership. To Minister Stephen Guilbeault, the Government of Canada, the people of Canada, thank you for your commitment and your hospitality. And thank you to Premier Legault and the province of Quebec for accommodating such a monumental conference, and to the Mayor of the City of Montreal and all Montreal citizens, thank you for making space for this historical event. Your leadership in biodiversity conservation is an example to us all. To you, Inga Anderson, our UNEP Executive Director, sincere thanks. You have seen her in the corridors, on the corridors with you all throughout for the last 2 weeks. That clearly shows UN and United Nations Environment Program is with you all as we begin the journey for implementation of our framework. To delegations from all parties to the convention, including those parties to our two protocols, and as well as the few non-parties, I applaud your resilience and resolve to make history here in Montreal. Thank you to all stakeholders, Indigenous peoples and local communities, youth, women, NGOs, business, finance, public, private, and so many more. Thank you for taking time out of your lives to be here to share, collaborate, and help us reach our goal and our global milestone. Your inputs have been invaluable. Excellencies, colleagues, friends, late Nelson Mandela once said, "It always seems impossible until it is done." We know that biodiversity loss threatens our own very existence on this planet. It may have taken a little longer than expected, 2 full years longer, and even seemed impossible at times. But today, because of your hard work, your unwavering commitment, and your willingness to compromise, a healthy future lies ahead. Well done. It is true what they say, tomorrow belongs to the people who prepare for it today. You have agreed to increase and mobilize resources from all sources to fund biodiversity protection. You have agreed to protect ecosystems and species, as well as our land and water. You have agreed to use biodiversity sustainably and share benefits equitably. You have also recognized the culture, the rights, and the traditional knowledge of Indigenous peoples and local community. You have recognized the crucial role of women and adopted a gender plan of action. You have mobilized the youth and brought them on board. You have brought business and finance into the equation. You have listened to both the non-governmental and intergovernmental organizations, parliamentarians, and academia, virtually all stakeholders. Because of your hard work and compromises, we sit here today prepared for the future. We now have an agreed upon ambitious and achievable global biodiversity framework with 4 goals and 23 targets. And while one party of the journey is ending, another critical and demanding stage is just beginning. And again, to quote late Nelson Mandela, after climbing a great hill, one finds that there are many more hills to climb, but we are ready. We have our roadmap, Kunming Montreal Biodiversity Framework. Now is the time to urgently start driving its implementation. As we learned from the Aichi biodiversity targets, the time between the adoption and implementation can be the determining factor of success. So let us not wait. One more quick word before we close this chapter and move to our next. We have had the most incredible people helping us throughout this process. we have had a pair of negotiators, of thoughtful persons, of patient listeners who have taken all those ideas and helped us shape so much. Please rise and join me in expressing our thanks and gratitude to Mr. Francis Ogwal of Uganda and Mr. Basil Van Havre of Canada, the co-chairs of our process for the development of the framework which you have just adopted, a process which they thought it would have taken them to accomplish in 2 years, but ended to have taken 4 years of hard work and resilience. So on behalf of us all, I would like to present a token award in recognition of your invaluable contribution to both the work done by the two co-chairs, and if they don't mind to come up here in front. I presume, I understand Basil may have left, but I'm sure Francis can do justice for him.
I don't know how to hold this because my colleague Basil had to travel, but I think he only traveled because he knew we had done what we had been assigned to do. You have the framework with you. Had we not worked so hard, perhaps this COP wouldn't have delivered what it was intended to deliver. We kept saying, for those who are doubting, that you will have the framework. And people said, Francis, what do you mean? I said, you will have the framework. So, Mr. President, thank you very much for trusting us. And dear delegates, thank you for supporting us. It has not been easy. 4 years. You've seen a lot of my face and that of Basil, to the point that some people thought I work in the Secretariat. So, I don't know how long you are going to see me, but definitely you have the baby now. You have the baby. The baby was supposed to take 22 months. A baby elephant. Ended up taking 44 or 45. How big is it? So it has matured, but I'm only saying one thing now. Please implement the framework. Nurture the framework. Give it the resources. Give it attention. Give it leadership. Give it awareness. It is only a piece of paper. The framework is only a piece of paper. Your task is now to translate what is in that paper into action. That is when the framework and the time that we have spent is going to really make some of us more proud than now. So we really thank you for the support that you've given us. The parties, you've worked with us tirelessly, physically, but also virtually. When we got here, we changed the tactics. And someone said, what are these co-chairs doing? They have become too rough, too tough. But you see, we had had you for 4 years, and you were not agreeing. We had to help you to agree. Because definitely, if we waited for you to agree, you would never. But we tried to balance your interest in the last stages of that process. And so please, we wish you all the best. And I also want to say that this framework, Basil and I, our families have been very much behind us. For 4 years, my children, my wife, didn't see me that much. 2 weeks, I'm back to the plane. 1 month, I'm back to the plane. But I can tell you, a woman can deliver when you work with her very well. My wife has been running the family for 4 years in my absence. If I had to delay certain things because I first want to finish GBF, I think I would be so behind. But she has kept the family going. So please, let me read for you what is here. If it were possible, I would read both, but I'll read one. So this is the message. It says, in recognition of your valuable contribution to the Convention on Biological Diversity, as the co-chairs of the open-ended working group on the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework, and with great appreciation for tirelessly leading global efforts to put the world on a path to the 2050 vision of living in harmony with nature. That is what is here. So, lastly, thank you. Lastly, as the co-chairs, if you need us during the implementation, we will see how we can support. This is the baby we have nurtured. We have worked on it for so long. If we see it being malnourished, honestly, you might reduce our lifespan because we have worked so hard. So thank you very much, and wish everybody safe journey back.
So thank you very much, the co-chairs. To conclude, finally, I wish to extend my sincere gratitude to my team at the Secretariat, and I hope you will agree the exceptional hard work, commitment, passion, which you have seen during particularly what you have seen the last 3 weeks, but also the previous meetings we have had, and many meetings virtually during the past 2-4 years. Without them, this conference would not have been possible. So to my CBD colleagues, but before I call my colleagues, my sincere thanks particularly to my deputy, David Cooper. David Cooper is our secretary of the COP, and being the secretary with a small secretariat, he's basically, I will use the word positively, junk of all trade, in the sense of the organizational aspect leading that part, the substantive aspect of ensuring all documents are prepared well, with the substance uploaded on time, to helping us run the meeting to where we are. David, thank you very much. I would not have been what I am without you. To my colleagues, the staff at the Secretariat, I will appreciate if you can stand up this side and that side, just for the delegates to be able to also appreciate you and seeing what people you may be seeing every day, the few of us at the podium, the few at the podium in the different meeting groups, contact groups, working group, but surely us at the podium and those in the different contact groups are just the flowers. The roots, the stems behind us are my colleagues, and sincere thanks from me at the bottom, from my bottom of my heart, because without you, there's no way that myself or with David would have been able to deliver what has been delivered. So colleagues, thank you very much. And to all delegates, thank you very much as we begin the journey for implementation. And for now, travel well and looking forward to seeing you all again soon. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year in advance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Murama. I thank you for your very emotional speech. Colleagues, in order to usher in a new day, in order to welcome the morning, we will play 2 short video clips. One of them is about the next host country, that is Turkey, for the next COP, COP16. The other video clip is about the Secretariat. I hope you will enjoy them. Thank you.
Ne tuons pas la beauté du monde. Chaque fleur, chaque arbre que l'on tue revient nous tuer à son tour. Ne tuons pas la beauté du monde. Ne tuons pas le chant des oiseaux, ne tuons pas le bleu du jour. Ne tuons pas la beauté du monde. La dernière chance de la terre, c'est maintenant qu'elle se joue. Ne tuons pas la beauté du monde. Faisons de la terre un grand jardin pour ceux qui viendront après nous. Après nous, ne tuons pas la beauté du monde.
Dear colleagues, dear delegates, over the past fortnight, under the theme of COP15, Ecological Civilization Building a Shared Future for All Life on Earth, we have successfully completed all the agenda items. We successfully convened the high-level segment. We heard His Excellency Chinese President Xi Jinping's video address, and close to 40 parties and stakeholders have announced a raft of major actions and commitments. The conference adopted 62 decisions, and in particular, we have arrived at a historic outcome document, the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. This is our commitment to multilateralism, and we have taken into account the concerns and aspirations of all parties and stakeholders in this context, and we come to this ambitious, balanced, pragmatic, effective, robust, and transformative package of solutions that can guide us all in our efforts to halt and reverse biodiversity loss, and can help us all to put biodiversity on the path to recovery for the benefit of all humanity and future generations. This GBF is a milestone in more ways than one. It is historic in that it has incorporated a DSI pathway. It is historic in that it contains a decision to establish a GBF trust fund. It is historic in that it sets out the vision of living in harmony with nature by 2050. In this framework, I see solidarity and cooperation as we work together to reverse the loss of biodiversity and embark on a path of recovery. In this framework, I see ambition and action as we work together to build a shared future for all life on Earth. In this framework, I see hope and a future of living in harmony with nature and live in a clean and beautiful world for prosperity. I would like to take this opportunity to renew my indebtedness to the host governments of Canada, Quebec, and Montreal for helping to make the conference a success, to Minister Stephen Guilbeault and his team, to my 6 fellow ministers who served as facilitators, the 2 working group chairs, the 2 GBF co-chairs who received gratitude and appreciation from Madam Marema. And also my thanks go to members of the Bureau representing all regions. I thank them for their leadership, their coordination. My gratitude goes also to the entire Secretariat staff led by Executive Secretary Elizabeth Marema and the UNEP Executive Director Inga Anderson and her team, and to my support team, my colleagues, as well as to Yunnan Province and Kunming City as hosts to the first part of COP15. I would also like to thank all the parties and stakeholders. Dear delegates, it is your unmitigated ambition, your maximum flexibility, your unparalleled spirit of compromise, and your most selfless dedication that have brought us to this point where we have this common outcome, the GBF, which belongs to us, all of us, and this is our common victory. I also would like to thank everybody providing service to the success of this meeting. Your hard work and your dedication have ensured a success of this COP. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank a lot of people who have helped me a lot along the way. I said for many times that in China we believe that a hero has thousands of people behind him or her. In the past 4 years, I have many more than thousands of people to help me. There are countless people, including all of you here. It is because of you that I can sit here as the president of this COP. I thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Thank you, David. Thank you, David.
The Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework is the crowning achievement of our conference and an exciting new beginning for global biodiversity governance. Over the next 2 years, I will continue to have the support of the Bureau and the CBD Secretariat and serve as president of the COP and vow to do it well and work with all parties and stakeholders to ensure the effective implementation of the GBF. In 2030, when global assessment is afoot, I hope our planet will have an improved ecological and natural environment. And as expressed in the ambition of the GBF, I hope by then the trend of biodiversity loss will have been reversed as planned. Once again, my heartfelt thanks to you all. Ladies and gentlemen, I now would like to declare the meetings of COP 15 Part 2, COP MOP 10 CP Part 2, and COP MOP 4 NP Part 2 suspended.
Okay.